what I'd like to do... Okay, I want to welcome everybody here. And I want to start out by reading the prayer of St. Francis. I think it's a wonderful way to set the stage for the weekend. You can just listen or read along. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace, that where there is hatred, I may bring love. That where there is wrong, I may bring the spirit of forgiveness. That where there is discord, I may bring harmony. Where there is error, I may bring truth. That where there is doubt, I may bring faith. That where there is despair, I may bring hope. That where there are shadows, I may bring light. That where there is sadness, I may bring joy. Lord, grant that I may seek rather to comfort than to be comforted, to understand than to be understood, to love than to be loved. For it is by self-forgetting that one finds, it is by forgiving that one is forgiven, it is by dying that one awakens to life eternal. Okay. Now, what I wanted to do on this lecture was to get the whole weekend off the ground. This was going to be the catapult shot into the fourth dimension of existence. And we're going to try and get this whole room airborne. And Day Springs has lots of groups that try and do this. And they have this room rigged with a spiritual weight and balance, which any of you pilots know that you have to comply with the weight and balance or you cannot get off the ground. And this is the report that they gave me, and we're going to have to get up, leave the room, and go out and check the baggage that they have shown is in this room. And this is what's in here. Don't know who brought it in, but it's here. We got 3 bags full of worry about our own health. We got 2 bags of anger at the government. We have 5 bags obsession with financial problems. 2 bags worried about children's health and emotional condition. 6 bags concerned that the future may contain one disaster after another. A half a bag, we don't see this often, fear that a rental car will be broken into. 4 bags, resentment that life never seems to straighten out. 2 bags, fear that things will go out of control without cell phones. 3 bags, a gnawing concern that we may look bad to some stranger. 5 bags, that someone else's impotence will rub off. 3 bags, that the past just won't leave us alone. And 1 bag, worry that no one will enjoy the Far Corners weekend. I don't know who that is. So we're actually going to get up, walk outside, whatever baggage you brought in here, any worry, anything, and check it with your higher power. And see if when you come back in, you feel lighter. In other words, no baggage whatsoever is allowed aboard. And we're just going to quickly go out the doors, every one of us, just say whatever you say to check it, whatever you're going to leave out there, and come right back in, and I'm going with you. Let me tell you what I am thinking about this weekend. You've seen the schedule. There's lots of free time. And there's 4 main lectures and a couple little exercises that are not too heavy duty. And what I'm hoping is that by telling stories, which is the only way you can really talk about God, is to tell stories. Since we can't see God, we don't, And so I've got a collection of stories, and I just want to share them. And out of stories may come a new way of looking at things. And a new way of looking at things is an awakening. That's what an awakening is. You suddenly are looking at it differently. I remember with my sponsor, he'd get through explaining something, and I would say, well, if you put it that way. And it looked entirely different, and it wasn't as bad as the way I was looking at it. And so there are interesting thought provokers that I remember somebody telling me about. One of them was, a chicken is nothing more than an egg's way of reproducing itself. Not the normal way of looking at the chicken and the egg, is it? So you sit back and you just go, whoa. Never thought about a chicken that way, that he's just the middleman. And the other one was that mankind is a star's way of becoming aware of itself. That's the only function we're serving in the universe. So you go, well, I never would have thought of it that way. And so the point is, hopefully this will enable us to look at things differently. And what I want to start out with is just a few focal points about our program and the principles that we have, starting at the end instead of the beginning. Starting with having had a spiritual awakening. In other words, use that as a starting point. Everybody knows where that is. It's in the 12th step, and having had a spiritual awakening. And then right after that it says, as the result of this program. Not one of the results, but the result of this program. And then it goes on to say, we carry this message to alcoholics who are still suffering. So I've just said it out loud, but sometimes we have to go to ourselves, well, what message am I carrying? How to have a spiritual awakening. This message is how to have a spiritual awakening. And so that is the point of our 12-step program, is to cause us to see the world as a more comfortable place to live through a process of awakening, so that there's nothing for alcohol to fix. That would be one way of looking at the program. I'm just giving you a way that it looks to me today. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So, have I had a spiritual awakening? What does one look like? Well, in the 12 and 12, Bill talks about a spiritual awakening is essentially a gift from our higher power. It's a gift. Could come at any time. But the steps are designed to make us ready to receive this gift. It's very unlikely it's going to arrive while I'm on a drunk somewhere. But the odds are much better when I have done the preparation work to be open to receive this. Much like you move out in the country, and if you want to get mail, you got to build a mailbox. In accordance with the specifications of the post office, doesn't guarantee you'll get mail, but you won't get it without them. And so the self-centered guy says, screw that, throw it on the lawn. Which is not how the post office operates, so he never gets any mail and concludes that no one ever writes him. So we conclude there is no higher power. I didn't put the mailbox out. I didn't see any spiritual awakening. I didn't prepare so that it could arrive. So as we look at this, we're going, the key to this is awakening. That's the key word in the whole deal. And so as we go back through the steps, There's a time when I think the awakening occurs. And the awakening would occur when you are using, spiritual things are almost like miracles. And we wouldn't use the normal verbs in describing an intellectual process. We would have something magical, like self-seeking, slipping away. Doesn't happen in a psychiatrist's office. Doesn't happen anywhere except in the spiritual world. Well, I thought about myself. No, I don't know where the hell it went. What do you mean, slipped away? I don't know. I just not obsessed with it anymore. I used to be obsessed with alcohol, and it just slipped away. I was placed in a position of neutrality. Now, you're not going to hear a therapist say that. 20 visits, $200 each, you will be in a position of neutrality where you will be safe and secure. So what I'm saying is, right there at the end of the promises is the awakening. It's as clear as a bell. It's been there all those years, and I don't think I saw it till about 8 years ago. So that's where it is. I just thought it came in the middle of the 12 steps somewhere in some vague place that it probably, we had it as the result of these, but then in the 11th step it said we improve our conscious contact. So it must have been established somewhere. So I'm taking a shot that this is the place. And we look at that, and it's just amazing. Fear of people, economic insecurity will leave us. You got it one day, it's gone the next. And nobody gave you any money. There's something has happened that is protecting us and causing us to see our situation differently than we were seeing it before. And that's where the comfort came from. And then, Bill talks about the gradual spiritual awakening and the sudden one that he had. I think he quoted William James with the educational variety. And he had his hot flash in the town's hospital, just sitting there, well, if there is a God, show him to me. Boom! Out of the blue. And the rest of us, as William James says, we have to be content with patient improvement, which would lead us to believe that maybe you don't get this boom like that. But I would submit to you that the garden variety one, it takes longer, but when it arrives suddenly. And so there's the sentence. We suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we couldn't do for ourselves. There is a moment in each of our lives when we just go, whoa. And everybody has a story about that. I had one in the third month, and then probably at about 5 years. And then in the last 3 years, more things have happened than the other 39 combined. So there's good news for the rest of our time in this realm, this spiritual realm. It's unbelievable what can be seen. And it came about when by accident I was reading somebody and suggested that you focus on seeking. Period. I think in one of the later lectures I'm going to start it off with, did you ever say to somebody, pal, you're just looking for trouble? You know that sentence? Why are we cautioning him? Because if he's looking for it, what's going to happen? He's going to find it. You know what I mean? He goes into the first bar. Hey, I'm looking for trouble. Trouble isn't there. He goes to the second bar. I'm looking for trouble. Trouble isn't there. The third bar. Hey, I'm looking for trouble. Over here, pal. And he just found trouble. You follow what I'm saying? How did he find it? He went looking for it. That was what he did. So if you look for something, you're going to get it. If we look for a closer contact with our higher power, we're going to get it. It's not complicated. It's not vague where I sit around wondering if something's going to happen. It's very focused. I'm going to focus on finding. So seek and we'll find. It's what we ended up with the motto for this particular weekend. And so what is standing in the way? We don't talk enough about this, in my opinion, which is the ego. And to have a firmer picture of what the dynamics of this is by making up stories. That's all you can do. Can't see an ego. All kinds of books, psychiatric books. Well, the ego is, and you read it and you go, yeah, that's good. It's like me, not doctors, somebody explaining an appendix to me. That's good. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. Good. I hope it works. It's not, I don't understand all that stuff. So I heard a speaker talk years ago, and I just loved it. It was so clever. And I've been using this a little bit lately. And he got up and he went, "Hi, my name's Joe. I'm an alcoholic, and my story's divided into two parts. What happened during the years that I drank, and what I thought happened during the years that I drank." Oh! Funny, 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 funny. Little did we know how profound that was. Little did we know how profound that was. The difference between what happened and what we thought happened. What we thought happened is what we told ourselves happened. We told ourselves what happened. So the same sentence could be made about your childhood, your marriage, your job, anything. My childhood is divided into two parts. What happened when I was a child and what I thought happened when I was a child. You can see I never separated those. I just had, it happened. And I've recorded it in here. What is it called when you record it in there? My story. That's why when we get up to the podium, we tell our story. Well, where does a story come from? You make it up. You just announce it to yourself. The facts are, you were born on December 10th, 1943. Your story is, I was born on a freezing cold night that could penetrate the heart on December 10th, 1947. Well, where did that part come from? What was the freezing cold, break your heart, gloomy, ghostly, which infected my life for years to come? Where did all that come from? The ghostly, sounding pretty good. Everybody got to have a story. I might as well have one better than the neighbor. We're forming an ego. We're giving it life. It's appearing out of whole cloth, out of nothing, magic. A writer said that the ego is an imposter pretending to be you. Imagine that, an imposter pretending to be you. So what does it look like? Well, the life has been given different analogies, and Shakespeare said that it was the world's a stage and we're all actors on it. Okay? So let's go with that one. Let's say you're an actor. That's real. God made you an actor. And it came to pass that you got auditioned and you got a part in a pretty good play. And you are, your part in the play is to sweep the floor in this stock brokerage firm. And you open the play, you're busy sweeping the floor. And from time to time during the play, as the drama's going on, this guy gets the girl and this guy commits suicide, etc., people drop by and talk to you, and then the play ends with you sweeping the floor as the curtain comes down. And it's a wonderful role, and the person who wanted to be an actor could just get into that role and play it for all it was worth and be happy, joyous, and free that he had this role. Or, on the other hand, he could be playing the role and saying, why did I get the part of the janitor? I should have the lead in this play. I should get the girl in this play. Look at me, freaking broom. Every night I'm up on the stage and here's all the audience and they're looking up. Look at that jerk with a broom. Broom, 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 broom. What is going on here is a tragedy of gigantic proportions. The situation that's happening to me is a bigger drama than this play. What I ought to do is market the play where I am a suffering actor who has to sweep the floor. Wouldn't it be fun to be relating to that type of dynamics? I'm sweeping the floor and thinking of suicide later. I turn to drinking because of sweeping the floor. And we go on and create a play of magnificent proportions. It's just huge. When the only play that's really going on is, I got a role sweeping the floor. That's the only play that I got. The problem is, we do it long enough and we believe it. We believe the hoax that was perpetrated by ourselves on ourselves. And we're in the middle of a reality that we can't get out of. And not only are we doing it, the whole world is. It is an amazing hoodwinking when you look at it from a spiritual point of view, that we reinforce each other's. And I come over and I say, let me tell you about my play. And you go, oh man, that's a tough one. Well, let me tell you about the one I'm in. And the stories that we weave about some mere facts are astounding. That it is just amazing the ability that we have to do this. And in our literature, I believe that this is discussed in 3 or 4 places where Bill writes, we believe that our problems are of our own making. They arise out of us. I think that's the quote in the big book. The problems are of our own making. They arise out of us. So how do I make a problem? I'm sweeping the floor and I say, isn't it a tragedy that I'm sweeping the floor? And then I react to it. I react to the tragedy by feeling sad, left out, everything's unfair. Why is it unfair? I just wrote an unfair story and believed it. And I'm sitting there just having the worst time in the middle of this horrible thing that's going on while I'm sweeping the floor. And of course, you go to, you read a lot about this in the Tibetan monks and everything. Just sweep the floor. Just drink the tea. Don't make up a story about sweeping the floor. Just sweep the floor. And if, you go, yeah, that's good. But this hoodwinking is so pervasive that it's almost impossible to believe it, that I could have pulled that kind of a stunt on myself. And yet we got to take a look at what happened when we came into AA. How many people came in here and weren't alcoholics and became alcoholics after you got here? There's several people. Jerry, there's one. You were forced in here and then you suddenly realized that not only were you an alcoholic, but you had been one for 30 years. How could you suddenly become an alcoholic for 30 years? Holy cow. That's pretty big. Well, I had to get rid of the story that I wasn't an alcoholic, and I'm substituting the one now that's being explained to be, that is being revealed to me now. And of course, we use that throughout our literature. More will be revealed. It doesn't say we will learn more, we will know more, we could study more. No, you just keep showing up, seeking, and then when it's appropriate, it gets revealed. And I was listening to some talks I gave when I had 10 years compared to the talks I give now. I had a much better childhood now than I used to. What is that? How could you have a better childhood? How could you have a better childhood? It was revealed to me that I was wrong. I saw things differently. I saw my parents differently. I saw them trying as hard as they could. I saw them loving me, and I never saw it before. I was the kid left out. No, they didn't care about me. Well, that's how it looked. And that's what I reacted to at the time. It's very important to understand that, and we'll cover this a couple other times, an emotion is the body's reaction to a thought. That makes thinking pretty powerful, doesn't it? In other words, if I looked over and saw the look on his face in a certain way, and I said to myself, God, Bob can't stand me anymore, I would have a reaction to that like, oh my God, we've been friends all this time and now he can't stand me anymore. It would be a terrible reaction. It would be the same reaction as if he came up and said, I can't stand you anymore. That's how powerful thinking is. And so when we are experiencing these huge problems, they really are of our own making, and we make them by thinking. So that when we took and just went outside, I dropped 2 things just and felt much lighter. I'm going to take them back. You know I'm going to take them back. I got no story without them. And you can't be walking around with no story. Who the hell would you be with no story? You know what I mean? Who would you be? Yeah, the hole in the donut. I'd be no one. And so, with that sort of an establishment of this, we might start looking at the power that stories have. In order to talk about the past, which really doesn't exist, you have to make up a story about it. Now, I'll tell you what happened that year. They really screwed me over at work, and they really did this, and they really did that. Let's say there was an automobile accident out here, and 10 of us watched it. And the cops come a half hour later. Are they going to get the same story from 10 people? They're going to get 10 different versions of what happened out there. Oh, no, the lady swung out a little bit and then came back. Oh, no. There's 10 people, eyewitness, 10 versions of the past. So you can see there is no past. There's no official version of the past. Why? It's just a story. Wow. Okay, well then, what about the future? What is your future? Just give me an example of your future. Well, wait a minute. I got to make it up first. I'll be right back. I'm going to go out and check on my future. And you're out there for about 15 minutes thinking carefully about the future. And you come back in and say, oh man, I don't even want to get up tomorrow. It sucks up there. That's going to be bad news. What is? And I feel terrible. Why do you feel terrible? I just told myself a terrible story. And I bought it. I bought the damn story. And I feel terrible. So where can one hide from all of this? Where's the only safe place to go? How about the now? This present moment is really the only place that is valid. There's no other place to go. So how do we stay in the now? Well, like the violin, what's the playhouse in New York? Not the Kennedy Center. Carnegie Hall. How do you get in Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. That's how we get in the now, is practice, practice, practice. Why is it so hard? Because there's a great deal of us that does not want us to spend a second in the now. And that's our ego. The ego will be destroyed. The story will shrink down to the present moment. And it's going to feel like dying. It's going to feel like the end. I remember my friend Hal Marley, he was telling a story about a discussion meeting about the ego, and people going around the room were saying, yeah, we just got to kill that ego. We got to kill that ego. And somebody came in late and sat next to a newcomer, and he said, what's the topic? And the newcomer said, suicide. You know, because that's what it feels like. If it just comes down where total reality is, I just am right here. And that's all. That's the end of my story. The end of my story is, I am. A complete sentence. How often do we use it? How often do you ever see I am unmodified? Can you ever? It's very rare. It always is, I'm exhausted. I'm ashamed. I'm angry. And then in order to really get ourselves to believe it, we go, I'm really angry. Meaning this is reality. This is for real. And so just look at the sentences. We could use almost every word there is. I'm getting old. Guess how I feel when I say that? Oh, boy. I am goes on and on. Modified, 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 modified. But what if we just use the sentence with no modifier? You ever think about that? What would that sentence mean to you? I am. I think years ago there was the philosopher, I think it was Descartes, he says, I think, therefore I am. And then 300 years later, Sartre came along and said he's wrong, that the consciousness that says I think isn't the consciousness that realizes I am. And that I think, therefore I am was a description of the ego. If I think it, it's real. You see what I'm saying? If I think it, it's real. And if I understand that, That's why it's so important that we focus on conscious contact and awakening, because that is the only place that we will have a path towards our own truth that isn't a story that we made up, where we're thinking. So I am. So if we're this weekend and you're sitting as you go around the prayer of St. Francis, and you just try to just sit there and go, I am, and figure out who is it that's saying that? What is am? What is I am? And feel the stripping off of all the adjectives that you would put with, the qualifiers you would put with that sentence, and see what's left. What's that? What is that part of us? The I am. There was a character who really had this down pat. And he uttered one of the simplest spiritual sentences that's ever been uttered, and he's made fun of to this day. They ridiculed him, absolutely ridiculed him. He got up there and he said, "Me, Tarzan, you, Jane." That's pretty powerful. Me, Tarzan, you, Jane. Felt so good that he went, "Whoa!" And then he got a vine and just went, whoo, boom. Fortunately, some sociologists and some social workers saw his plight and rescued him from this backward existence and brought him to New York, where they could tutor him and educate him about the real world. And pretty soon he had gone through school, and he was getting smart, and he was understanding how the whole deal operated. And they told him he couldn't have that name. That just wasn't going to work in New York City. And you remember Mr. T years ago? He was such a cool character. Said, "We're going to reduce that to T. We're going to call you T Jungle." What a name that was. He would show up in one of the clubs at night with that big body and that handsome look, and, "Hey, I'm T Jungle. I'm ready to rumble." It was really amazing. And he got into drugs and alcohol and found himself in a lot of pain. Fit right in. Wanted to be like everybody else, all screwed up. And after a while, he just was thinking of suicide. It was just awful. And he went to a shrink and he said, "Well, Mr. Jungle, I'll see what I can do. I don't know. This is a tough one." He said, "I'll tell you what I'll do," because the T didn't relate to paying somebody to talk. And he said, I won't charge you anything unless I fix your problem. Is that a deal? But it's $200 an hour, but I won't charge you anything unless I completely fix your problem. So he went there year after year, sitting in a chair. Instead of running around in the jungle, now he's sitting more sophisticated in a chair. And he's talking about how, "I don't understand what's going on. Everybody seems to be treating me unfairly. I don't know. I'm at work. I can't figure out. It's all so confusing." And he worked and worked and worked. And at the end of 3 years, the psychiatrist and he agreed that he indeed felt much better. And the psychiatrist said to him, "This is what you have to do. And it's absolutely essential. You just have to be yourself." And he said, "Really?" "Yeah. Just be yourself." And he walked out and he felt damn good. Cost him $163,000, but he felt damn good. And he got out in front of that psychiatrist's office and he just didn't even give a damn about the people around. He just stood there and he just went, whoa! And he came back and he changed his name. Went down there and he said, I want to legally change my name. I don't like that T. Jungle. Said, what do you want? He said, I want Tarzan. Tarzan what? Tarzan nothing. Just Tarzan. That's what I want to be known as. And he came back to work, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. He started closing one deal after another. He was always happy. He'd be going in and out of there, and the people in the firm were just going, boy, this is amazing. This guy has really been transformed. And whenever he'd come in to the lobby, and the people at their desks could hear this, whoa, they'd all go, well, Tarzan just closed another big deal. And the firm's doing a lot better. And there was a lot of joy going around. And he stopped hanging around in the joints that he was in. He started meeting a different crowd of people, and he met a very nice woman. And they started dating, and a few years went by, and they got engaged, and a few more years went by, and they invited a lot of people to a wedding. And they had about 300 people in the church. And the minister stood up there and performed these wonderful ceremonies. There was singing. There was a great deal of happiness. And finally, at the proper moment, he just raised his hand and he said, by the power that is vested in me by the creator of the universe, I now pronounce you Tarzan and Jane. And they turned around and faced the congregation, and everybody stood up and raised their hands, and in unison they went, oh! And somewhere, nowhere and everywhere, a creator looked down and smiled. As a matter of fact, he laughed. He was so happy he laughed. And the people who attended that church swear to this day that after they all gave that roar at the end, a couple seconds later there was an echo from the ceiling of the church, and there'd never been an echo in that church, and there's never been one since. The simplicity of just being is all we're looking for. There's nothing more to it. Part of us thinks that it's important that we contribute to the unfolding of life. And all we can ever do is editorialize on it, report on it. It unfolds as it's supposed to unfold, in exactly the fashion it's supposed to be. What I need to stop doing is making up a story about it, like a reporter. You follow what I'm saying? My boss came in, he said that. That's the line in the play. My boss said this, I said that. I'm the reporter reporting on my life. I said, my boss just said mean words to me. No, he said these words. I determined they were mean, and then I became very upset at my reporting of the words. And so what I'm hoping we get out of this is an ability to separate the story that we keep telling ourselves with the simplicity of who we really are. And let's use that this weekend as you go around just enjoying whatever it is that you really are. I decided about 3 years ago that was my top goal. I thought about what are all the things that a human being could try and do. And I decided that I wanted to find out what I am. You know, what behind the story, what is there? And I want to see how much I can awaken. When Bill writes, the answer is in more spiritual growth, that's what I think he wrote. The answer is in awakening more. That's what growth is. It isn't that's just my opinion. That's my view as I see it today. It is placing myself so that more can be revealed. How do I do that? I look for signposts to follow. I'm looking for signs. In other words, I go along and nobody can tell me the truth about myself. They can only point me over there, over there. It might be an author. It might be whatever. In our 11th step in both the Big Book and the 12 and 12, it suggests, it says, the world is full of books, rabbis, preachers, advisors. Go seek and see where that takes you. And so we're here now. Try and become a focused seeker or not. If when you contemplate what is the most important thing for me, and you come up with that, you can become your own seeker and eliminate all the other goals. You know what it says? Seek you first, knowing yourself, and everything else will straighten out. It's the old thing about the father who's trying to make the kid busy, tears up the map of the world and says, let me see you put it together. And he comes back in a minute and it's all together. And he says, how did he know where all those countries were? And then the kid said, oh, on the other side of the picture was a picture of a man. I put the man together and the world came together. It is very hard for us to go past our own ego and realize that if we did focus on that one purpose, that everything would straighten out. Let's see if it happens this weekend. We're at the end of 6:30. Is that when we stop? I forgot. It is? Okay, let's take a break and have some coffee, visit. Let's get to know each other. We'll be at dinner at 7 and then be back over here, I think, at 8:30. Okay, thank you for your attention. Oh, there was one thing I always remember something that I left out. And then we'll get into the written exercise. And that is feelings. I just want to give 2 minutes on feelings. I think in the 70s, the psychologists of the country got everybody involved in feelings. To the extent that they got taken way out of proportion. And we have a generation that believes you should trust your feelings, that you have to get in touch with your feelings, and you have to trust your feelings. So let's just take 1 minute and take a look at that. Feelings are absolutely real, and they have to be paid attention to. They have to be acknowledged. I have the feeling that my husband is thinking of leaving me. That's a terrifying feeling. I saw him the other day at the mall with Alice from The Office. And they came out of some luncheon place and she went one way and he went the other way. And so I am scared. I'm terrified. That feeling has to be acknowledged. It is real. The problem is, a lot of people think it's true. They think that because they felt that, their husband really is thinking of leaving them. And that's not true, or it could be true. But it has to be verified. So we express our fear and our feeling to our sponsor, to anybody, to our husband. I have this terrible fear. I saw you, and boom, oh, well, come on down to the office. I'll show you what happened. I was trying to buy you a surprise gift of scarves from Paris. I don't know anything about scarves. I was talking to Ralph. Ralph's right here. Ralph said, Mary's an expert on scarves. She could tell you whether it's a bargain or not. Ralph and I and Mary went to the place, but Ralph had to leave early. I picked the scarf out. Then I took it over to Ralph's house, and I had to hide it over there because I want to totally surprise you. So I was being evasive when I came back about where I was. And all of a sudden, the full story is disclosed, and we realized the feeling was real but wrong. That is very important to understand, that is not the final judge, is our feelings. And a lot of us get stuck on those. If I feel it, it's true. Big difference between being true and real. So we go and we have an honest analysis of what's wrong out of step 10. What is? And then we find out what the truth is. Okay. This exercise, you all have a pad of paper in front of you and a pencil. Let me make sure I got the right. That's the wrong lecture. Here it is. This is what we're going to do. I'll just tell you ahead of time. You're going to write 2 short letters to your heart. You can take as much time as you want. I'm going to tell you what the first sentence in each letter is, and then you will complete it as thorough as you want, and just highlights, whatever you feel like. At the end of that time, there's envelopes on your desk, and we're going to pass them down. Don't open them now. Inside the envelopes are 2 pieces of paper labeled 1 and 2. And those are instructions when you receive the letter, because you're going to address it to yourself. I'm going to put them in this box, and I'm going to wait a week. I'm going to wait till right after Christmas, and then mail them to you. And so you will be receiving a letter to your heart. And then I'm going to ask you to just do what the first one says and what the second one says. At that point, the weekend will be over. In other words, that's the final deal. And if you so feel like it, I think on the list of quotations from the big book at the very end is my name and address. And if you would be so kind, if you feel like it, to drop me a line about anything you want, about the exercises, how you had a good time, you enjoyed me, whatever you want to say. And I will make copies and make sure that everybody on our, Amy and Guy and Chris and Steve and Martin all get copies so that they can see what got created out of this whole effort. And that's the only, there's not a fill-out sheet, comment sheet, or anything like that. And no comment is fine. But if you have something, I'd love to see that. The other thing is, and I've talked to several of you, and that is, as I travel around the country talking about this, I may mention it after a talk, a lot of women come up. And they go, well, why can't we go? And I said, listen, you all know what the deal is. It's already established. There's men's retreats, women's weekends, and couples weekends. So that's the way it is. I mean, and that's what I said. That's the way it is. I didn't go, does it have to be that way? I never had any. I just was locked into how it is. And several of them said, well, why does it have to be that way? And I don't know. And I'm not going to make my mind up for a long time. But if you have any thoughts on it, put it in your comments. Oh, I think it would ruin it. I think it would be a big mistake. Whatever your thoughts are. Now, keep this in mind. If 6 months later you change your mind, write a second letter. Because I have found very often what I say initially, then I go, actually, as I think about it more, so don't feel bad about writing a second letter going, well, I thought it would be a good idea, but now I don't think it would be. You see what I'm saying? Let's not be locked into anything. Almost like a group conscience. What would the master do? and see what we come up with. It's not going to happen for a few years, so it's not like we're making a snap decision. Okay, you ready? We've often talked about the broken hearts that alcoholics leave in their path, you know, the wreckage of our past, our mother, our father, our wife, our children, our boss, and they just go on and on and on. This one is I felt that I broke my own heart so many times that felt like it might be shattered. It was, I just would go, I can't believe I did that to me. And so there's part of me that feels like I just owe my heart an amend. I just owe it. And so the first part is, just start out with my dear heart. And then the first sentence is, I'm writing to you to tell you how sorry I am for letting you down so very many times over the past years. Let me read that again. Or words to that effect. I'm writing to you to tell you how sorry I am for letting you down so very many times over the past years. And then just free flow whatever comes to your mind. I just jotted down a couple of things. I let you down when I skipped school all the time and you wanted me to get good grades. I let you down when the other boys were beating up on the new kid and I didn't help him. I stole somebody's purse. Blah, 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 blah. That would be letter number 1. What, the examples I had? Or the whole first sentence? Okay. I'm writing to you to tell you how sorry I am for letting you down so very many times over the past years. Then begin whatever comes into your mind without really, whatever's there is going to pop out. So there would be page 1. So separate letter. This is my dear heart. I also want to let you know how sorry I am for the things I continue to do, which I know must give you some sadness. Want me to repeat that one? Okay? My dear heart, I also want to let you know how sorry I am for the things I continue to do, which I know must give you some sadness. And then that's it. Then when you finish, if you finish ahead of the rest of the people in your row, walk down, get one of the envelopes that's on your things, fold the letters, put them in the envelope, and address the envelope to you.
2 letters, 1 envelope?
Yeah. 1 envelope, both letters. And then when you receive it, the instruction will say, take both letters and, you follow what I'm saying? And we'll put them in this box, and they'll be in my possession. They will not be opened. And they will be mailed to you right after Christmas. And so that's the entire exercise. I think, we'll take 30, 35, 40, whatever. And if you want to get up and get coffee while you're doing it. So you're on your own now, and we'll just go until it's done. Seats, we're going to run through a thing on the program called a spiritual stretching exercise, and since it won't take very long, it's just a demonstration, we're going to save whatever time is left after that for questions. Because Sunday, I know some of you have to leave as quick as you can to get an airplane or something like that, and so if you would like to get a question on the record. We'll have about a half an hour here to do it. So let me tell you what the item on the thing called a spiritual stretching exercise, like, wow. When I was 50, I'm just sharing something that happened to me personally. You can either use it or you might find it valuable or not. I just know what it's meant to me for 25 years. By accident, it ended up being a very important part of my life. By accident. I'm at my doctor getting my annual physical. I was always pretty healthy and all that. And this guy looked me in the eye and he says, I want to tell you something now that you're 50. And I said, okay. He said, it is absolutely essential that you stretch. And I went, oh, yeah, good. Good, you know. And then he kept looking at me and he said, when you age, your muscles start shrinking and it takes away your mobility, your flexibility, and makes you feel older than you are. It restricts the amount of motion that you have, and etc. For some unknown reason, I believe him. You follow what I'm saying? It's almost a freaking fluke. How often do you ever, oh, yeah. And he said, now I know a guy who for $40 will come over to your house and he'll ask you what problems you're having, the back or knee or this or that. They call them personal trainers now. This was a one-shot deal. And when he leaves, he will show you the stretching routine that you should do. Well, after I paid the $45, I figured I'll do it once or twice. Well, it became a part of my life. And as the years went by, and back problems, I've always had terrible back problems. They spasm, and I'd be out of work for 3 days. And, you know, so I got massages, and I've got that really under control. And so I started then the back doctor. You ever go to the back doctor? And he gives you the list of exercises for your back. Yeah. Got to do that. And where does the list go? And then we're back there. Gee, I can't say what this. Did you do the exercise? Yeah. Well, no, I didn't, to tell you the truth. I didn't do them. Well, I just took those and put it into this, whatever you call it. Then I started incorporating spiritual music with it. And then I started realizing in order to get into this, you do a brief period of exercise first, whatever it is, a little jog, a little bike ride or whatever, so that you get your heart going and you are ready. So when I come back, all I can do now is a stationary bike and I climb stairs in my building, but I really get my heart going. And then this is when I don't answer the phone. I have an area in my living room, Kent's been there, a nice soft carpet because a lot of it involves lying down. That's what this is for. And I'm going to give you a handout, lists all of these. Some of them are back exercise, some are stretches. There's a little explanation. There's spiritual sayings on the other side. And then all I'm going to do is, I'm going to hand it out, and high flight is on the front, because it ends up by saying, I reached out and touched the face of God. And I've always felt that was a stretch, and I try to end the whole routine where my feet are up in the air, touching. So I've turned exercise, stretching, and spirituality into something I can get my hands on. I'm not good at sitting on a box, just being. You follow what I'm saying? But I am good at this. There's motion. Now you see, when you hold a stretch for 60 seconds, you're quiet. And you're feeling your body reaching out. A stretch. You follow what I'm saying? And so, if it's of no use, throw it away. But, as you throw it away, realize it cost me a lot of money to make this thing. Now, before I hand it out, I want to just tell you about the poem High Flight, because it's very inspirational. A lot of you have seen it and don't remember it. When the TV stations used to go off the air, remember that, guys? They did the Star-Spangled Banner, and then they did High Flight. And there was that Air Force jet and the pilot, and they went up and they recited the poem. I break the surly bonds of earth, and up, da-da-da-da, and then at the end, he reaches out and touches the face of God. So the handout you're going to get has High Flight on the cover. And I want to tell you about McGee at the bottoms. He was a Yale freshman when the World War II started, and we hadn't entered yet. And he already knew how to fly. And he wanted to be in it. He wanted to go over. And the only way you could do it was to join the RAF. And the only way you could do it from the States was to sneak into Canada in order to join the war. Whoa, how about that? And he went into Canada and got over into the RAF flying Spitfires and flew many missions, and they were back into a more advanced Spitfire, real high performance. And on a training flight coming back in bad weather, he had a midair collision with another plane, another British plane. And they shipped the body back to his parents. And going through his belongings, they looked inside his flight jacket, and in the pocket, written in pencil, was this poem that he had written coming down from altitude one day. It just all came out in one breath. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hand these out. Chris, can you help hand these out? And then the only thing I'm going to do is there's some of these things that if you start out too aggressively, you'll pull your back out, you'll pull your shoulders. I did on every one of them. So I'm just going to give you 2 minutes on what not to do and just some thoughts to them. So let's go ahead and hand these out, Chris. I'm going to do them, but I'm not going to hold them for 60 seconds. I'm just going to go click, click, click through the whole thing. And we'll do it in 15 minutes. Okay, we're into the questions, and George's first question had to do with, and we keep the questions up for half an hour or whatever, had to do with a thing on the saying, God relieve me of the bondage of freedom. And it would make us, wow, I worked pretty hard for freedom. I was locked up in the nut ward, and I could hardly wait to get out. Because now that I'm out, I can do anything I want. I could be over there, over there, over there. There's about 8 million things I could do right now, and it's driving me goddamn crazy to figure out which one would be the best. What if I were just programmed to do one thing? Would there be a lot of freedom in that? Like God's will? And we suddenly realized that the greatest gift that God ever gave us was free will. It's the ultimate, and there's a lot of discussions about whether man really has free will or not. You can get into this environmental and the hereditary, and the psychologists will tell you there's no such thing as free will. Well, I'll submit this to you, that even the top psychologist is not going to argue with this one. Man is completely free to choose God or not choose God. That's done inside. How many of us went to church and didn't choose God? So don't tell me that if you go there, you're automatically. That is an individual decision. And that freedom alone creates two different worlds. The life I have when I choose God and the life I have when I don't choose God. And when I choose God, I choose to give up my freedom, and I feel the wonderful freedom of not having it and not being in charge anymore. And I realized, wow, relieve me of the bondage of freedom kind of was a way of overstating it. But that's the general thought. Is that still playing? Oh, the radio. The radio was on a non-station. Okay. Anybody else been thinking about questions? Okay.
Short question. Sandy, I was wondering where you came up with you named the far corners, and you said seek and you will find. Is there any special significance to that?
Yeah, I've always liked seek and you will find. I'll start with that. What do we read at every meeting? Chapter 5. What's the last word? Sought. Sought. And then in the 11th step, sought through prayer and meditation. So there's something very powerful about seeking. It's right there. If he were sought, not God will. Remember that, If he were sought. So what is seeking? And that's, those of you that heard me talk, I came up with 3 levels of seeking. The first level I ever had was in grammar school, hide and seek. Oh, hide and seek, what do you do? Oh, Mary hides and you try and find her. Oh, okay. And if I didn't find her in roughly 2.5 minutes, screw Mary. This is a stupid game. Who cares where the hell she is? That's a low level of seeking. It's like, okay. And the next level I remember was Easter time. Now there was about 11 pounds of chocolate. That was definitely a higher level seeking. And my mother would hide it, my sister and I would start, but even with 11 pounds of chocolate at stake, after about 8 minutes, am I warm? Is it in this room? Oh, give me a clue. You could see I was fading fast on the quest for that. Then when I was 15, the golden retriever we had ran away. And I came home and my father said, I don't know, he went in the woods over there. We've been looking for him, calling him, and he never came back. And when I came home from school every day, I went over those woods and called his name till I was crying, because I knew he was in there. And if I could look hard enough and long enough, I'd find that dog. You know how close you were to the first dog you ever had. And I'd come back after I graduated from college, when I went home to visit, just for the hell of it, I'd go over by the woods and just take a look around. Even this 15 years later, dogs live that long sometimes. He could be just waiting there. That's a pretty high level of seeking. I mean, that's intense. Can we get our level of seeking for our higher power that high or higher? So seek, we got to bring all the other activities that we're doing in our lives, zoom it down like a magnifying glass until we get seek. And I become a God-seeking missile. You know what I'm saying? And this is my primary purpose. And it's very difficult. We were talking at lunch where we decide to do this. Set aside time, quiet, cell phone, everything's gone. I'm going to sit in front of that tree and just think, are you here, God, or whatever way you do it? And I get there and I go, I'm going to stay in the now, I'm going to stay here, and I'm just going to seek. And the voice says, well, when you finish seeking, don't forget about that business appointment you have tomorrow morning. And my attention has been taken like that, just like that. And I go, right, this is my ego. He's standing here seeing if he can stop me from seeking. So now I'm back. Boy, I'm really going to focus on this. It's your girlfriend's birthday tomorrow. Did you get a present? And so the art here is not paying attention to those. Freedom from our own thinking. Now, the far corners, we come from the far corners of the earth. AA is a group of people that wouldn't ordinarily mix. When you go to a lot of meetings, you look in and you go, God, this concoction came from every goofy place on the planet, and we're all in one room, the far corners. But here, we're talking about coming from the far corners of our mind into a central, our true nature. Can we get away from this scattered existence of, I'm over here, I got to worry about the beep pop, and come down into just being. So from the far corners of the mind into just being. Just some thoughts. Mickey.
Hi, Sandy. Can you expand somewhat on this question of the heart? I'm very cloudy on this whole thing.
Okay, Mickey. Obviously, since the beginning of time, man has referred to the heart in a spiritual way. And love seems to come from there, but we all know it's an organ in the body. And so it has come to symbolize this part of human nature that we're all talking about. And so we make up stories about this. We have Valentine's Day. We have many songs about a broken heart. Well, heart, love. Love, my love was shattered, and all of these things. So it is the highest nature part of our being. And we ended up calling it heart. It just ended up with that name. And it doesn't mean that this is exactly where the center of my being is. We just use it as a symbol. It really isn't referring to the organ inside of us. And so when we're talking about broken heart or listening to our heart is meditation. And I'm trying to listen to something beyond that chattering in my mind. I'm listening to the silence. I'm trying to go into the place of not knowing, of just being, and for whatever reason, that place, that fictitious place, has been called the heart, for lack of a better name. It's almost like we came into AA and we ended up calling God a new name. God as you understand him. We gave him a great big long last name. Oh, no, not that one. Not from the Catholic Church, not that God. God as you understand him. He's got 5 names or whatever it is. And that's our name. And somebody can say, well, how did you ever come up with that? I don't know, but we all use it, and it's a way of communicating back and forth. So we've come up with a term that enables us. I remember George Carlin. Once he says, there are no names for things. Like when you're walking down the street, and you're going to bump into this guy, and you go this way, and he does. And then you go that way, and you geek back and forth, and you almost bump into each other. We should have a name for that maneuver. And somebody might come up with a name, and that's how we communicate. Hey, when you go down the street and you go, Alex? And then we'd all go. So, in other words, it's not anything we can see or touch. It's an agreed-upon name for something we're trying to describe. And that's the best I can do. Anybody think that covers it? Who else? Yes.
Would you talk a little bit about prayer and the evolution of prayer that you've experienced and what's been effective?
Yeah. This is just my own experience. And like many of you, I sat in church when they gave me a lot of prayers. You're talking about my own evolution, not the history of prayer, which I know nothing about. I mean, I thought one of my favorite prayers is screw it. All right, so what were prayers when I was little? They were a bunch of words. They were like words. And a lot of them were in Latin. And so when I was little, and then I'd go, okay, say your prayers at night. Okay. And I go down. And so it was many years into AA before I started paying attention. It's like, do you ever finally pay attention to the tree in your backyard and see how beautiful it is? Do you ever have one of those awakenings where you go, it's like, damn, this tree, look at that thing. And it suddenly becomes one of your friends, and you just go, look at that freaking thing. I never saw it before. I know you've all had that. I never really appreciated this. I never appreciated prayer before. In other words, it was an awareness process where I became aware of the power of certain words that had been assembled by people who were trying to do the same thing we're doing. They were trying to awaken. They were trying to bridge the gap, so to speak. And these words were very useful to them. And that's why Bill said in the prayer of St. Francis in the 12 and 12, practice. Remember he said, right after he writes the prayer, he says, now read these words. And what does he say our first react? Shucks! This doesn't mean anything. Remember that? It's right there. Typical, what is this crap? And he said, now wait. Don't be put off because this guy was a saint from the Catholic Church. He was as bad an actor as you and I combined, off on the crusades, whopping off heads, killing people, and charging up and down, and then going, what the hell is this? Then he looked at the church and said, they got it all screwed up. And he just went out and tried to seek within himself what he was being led to seek. And he found the answer in crushing his ego. Very painful. And as he crushed it and tried to communicate what had happened, this is what he wrote. So it's kind of like somebody coming up to the front of the room and telling their story. This is what I used to be like. This is what happened. And this is what it's like now. And I'd like to try and share with you how to get from where I was to where I am. And this is what my best effort are, these words. So Bill says, go back and think about these words. Go back and allow them to talk to you. So prayers are just directions. How do I get to Day Springs? Read this. These are just words, but if I follow them, I get to Day Springs, much to my surprise. And so somebody hands me a prayer and says, this will lead you to God. Don't look like it will. And that's when Bill writes in the third step in the 12 and 12, we're not going to pray, and we resist praying like the scientist who refuses to perform a certain experiment lest it prove his pet theory wrong. So our ego says, don't pray. What if it works? You're going to be wrong. You've been bad-mouthing prayer all your life. What if all of a sudden it works? You're going to look like a wimp. Don't do that. So there's my resistance to prayer. And I'm talking about all the stages that I went through with prayer until I actually, and now the prayer of St. Francis, and everybody has their own. The Serenity Prayer does nothing for me. It's the lifeblood for 90% of AA. The prayer of St. Francis, boom, it illumines my path. It is incredibly powerful. So I found I was seeking books. You may start through a book and not relate to the book at all except for one paragraph where a guy has one sentence and you take it. A lot of the stuff that I'm talking about are one sentences that I saw somewhere and they became, so is that kind of what you were talking about? And so that it became directions, signposts, God, that way. You know what I mean? I'm looking for God. I'm looking right over there. All right. Now I'm seeking down here, but I'm always seeking. And I just honestly feel it's happening. I feel it's being revealed, and I think it's being revealed to all of you. It's just, well, let's get it to reveal more. Okay, then I got to focus more. I got to make this a higher priority. Great. Yes, sir. Steve. I'll repeat it.
Okay.
say the only thing between him and God is the human ego, between us and God. Would it be true then to say anytime I inflate my ego or do behavior that I'm turning away from my higher power?
Yes.
And how do you... But the tendency is, whether it's the beautiful wife or this making a lot of money, or the tendency is to be drawn towards that. How do we keep the ego in check while we're trying to live successful lives?
Okay, let me repeat that, and if I make a mistake, tell me. That Chuck C., who I'm so lucky, I mean, you guys knew him. I got to meet him and go to his house and sit in his chair and look out over and listen to his. And, I mean, obviously, if you don't see a little Chuck C. in this weekend, you don't go, Sandy, you ought to be accused of plagiarism. I plead guilty. How's that? Because he was one of my heroes. I loved the way he thought and talked and the way he communicated. And he said the only thing standing between me and God is my ego. That's it. That's too simple. We were talking about that earlier. That's too simple for my ego. The only thing, so that means the only problem that ever exists is something's blocking me from a higher power. We got many labels. Well, I got a sex problem. I got a financial problem. I got a this problem. I got a that problem. It turns out we don't. And you go, well, God, it couldn't be that. It couldn't be that there's just one answer to everything. All right, well, let me show you something. If you don't believe that. Your buddy comes in, back in the drinking days, your buddy comes in to the bar, and he says, you're not going to believe what happened today. My wife just told me she's leaving with the neighbor. It's killing me. God, I'm dying. What'd you say? Let me buy you a drink. Let me buy you a drink. So now we know that the solution to your wife leaving with the neighbor is, let me buy you a drink. About a week later, a different friend comes in. He says, James, you're not going to believe what happened to me. They just laid me off. I don't know where I'm going to stay. I don't know what I'm going to do for money. So what do we say to that guy? He has a different problem. Let me buy you a drink. Do you remember offering any other solution to any problem you ever heard from a drinking buddy? Oh, let me buy you a drink. That's what Chuck is saying. There are no other problems than being separated from our higher power. And the ego's survival depends on us not fully realizing that. And so it is constantly trying to find ways of expanding itself. Look at that girl over there. Yeah, and just, this would be better. There's other things. Don't listen to that simple thing. That's really not here's what the real problem. And then we just listen to the TV. We listen to every other place where we can get influence on what the problem is. And how do you sell crap on television? You tell somebody, you know that problem you have? Buy a Mercedes, it'll be gone. Right? No one on TV is saying separation from God because you don't get any money for that. So we have to fight all of the information. That's why we're so lucky that we belong to a society where we keep reminding ourselves the answer is, let me buy you a drink. That's why we're so lucky. On our own, out there, we're dead. We're going to listen to all kinds of things. And is that it, Steve? Is that sort of... Somebody else? Yes.
Yeah, we talked last night about the spiritual awakening being the goal, and that's the ultimate goal is the result of these steps. And I know that.
Okay.
And I'm here for the weekend to seek and to grow. But how do you carry that message to the brand new guy?
Oh, the question is that we started this whole thing by reciting the last step of AA where it says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of this program, meaning there are no other results. There's just this one. So all the steps are designed to cause a spiritual awakening. So how do we say that to somebody brand new? How do we say, I know you don't believe in God, I know you don't do this, I know you don't do that. That's going to be up to each person in the manner in which you sponsor and the manner in which you see this person, what could they receive at this point in time. My favorite, it's in almost every talk that I give, is the chapter to the agnostic and the Jack Benny routine, and say, well, in other words, the secret to explaining the solution is to correctly explain the problem. Remember, they told Bill, stop talking about the hot flash, talk about the impossibility of alcoholism and surviving it. Talk about the fatal nature of the disease. And there it is in black and white. If when you drink, you have little control over the amount you drink. If when you stop, you can't stay stopped, that's you. And the guy, yeah, it's me. Well, if that be the case, you are suffering from alcoholism. Oh, yeah, okay, well, yeah, okay, I'll buy that. Good, come on into my trap. Let's read the next sentence. Right here, in the book. If that's the case, you're suffering from a disease that only a spiritual experience can fix. Can I read that again? That's the problem I have? Yeah. Well, I don't believe in spiritual stuff. Well, then you're screwed. Maybe we could change your mind. Maybe the disease itself opens the door to the discussion of spirituality. Did I mention this last night? The trick question, why is AA a spiritual program? Because it has to be. It's not that it came from the Oxford group or anything like that. The disease requires that it be a spiritual program. Mickey.
Is ego all bad, or is there any positive ego?
What's that?
Is ego all bad, or is there any positive ego?
Very good question. And I will attempt to give you my version of it, not out of a psychology book. It's neither. It's uninformed. It's lost. It is the only way that we can function as human beings, is through this thing that we have called the ego. In other words, it's how our brain works, and the brain and everything follows instruction, which is coming from a mind that is just making crap up. And so we have fallen into a trap. As it turns out, part of the ego would love to not be in charge. It would love to go back to the original state that it arrived in, where it simply was a baby. And when it was hungry, it cried. And when it was diapers needed changing, it cried. When it was happy, it smiled. And we all are attracted to babies because they don't have an ego in charge yet. At this point in time, they are simply being guided by whatever caused them to arrive here. But at some point, as they look around at the teddy bears and the dolls that are sitting around the crib, and they look and you go, oh, and then you go, oh, and it just is going, oh, they're all wonderful. And then comes the day when you give it the teddy bear, and you go to take it away, and the baby goes, mine. Mine. That's the ego. Now, I am the baby and the teddy bear. And pretty soon I'm the baby and the teddy bear and the rocking chair and the Adidas and the Mercedes and all of these other things. And if you take away my Mercedes, you're taking away part of me. You see what I'm saying? So the ego got lost there by identifying, and part of this whole journey back is to free the ego to just follow the advice from the higher power. So it's neither bad nor good, it's just lost. So we don't have to condemn it, don't have to treat it like an enemy, we treat it like a trickster. It's an illusionist. It's up on the stage, it's learned the art of faking us out. And it just comes up, says, Mickey, you having a good day? Oh, I'm having the best day I've ever had. Hey, Mick, have you thought about this? And it just tricks you into having a bad day. God damn. Yes, sir. Where did I see? Right here and then in back.
Sandy, we talked about spiritual experience and spiritual awakening. How would you define spirituality?
Oh, it's simple.
Would you repeat the question?
How would I define spirituality?
Yeah, since we talked about spiritual experience, we talked about spiritual
Right.
awakening.
Okay.
How would you define spirituality?
Awareness. When I become aware that everything that people have been talking about is real for me. So the Bible, I could learn it's very interesting and all of that, but there's no spirituality in knowing everything in the Bible or knowing everything in the big book and being able to quote it and go back and forth. It's when all of a sudden I go, wow, this is real inside of me. I am now aware of something other than me. And we generally quote that in the promises. We suddenly realize God's doing for us what we could. It is an awareness. You can call it awakening, whatever it is, but if it hasn't happened, it hasn't happened. You know what I mean? The spiritual life is not a theory. In other words, yeah, there's a theory that this will all work. There's a theory if you stare at this hologram long enough, you'll see it. Okay, you get spiritual when you see it. Up till then, you aren't. That's all I can say. That's what it seems like to me. Yes, in the back.
Thanks, Sandy. My question is, as far as the ego goes, the application, as far as business goes or work goes, and the elimination of the ego, where's the line kind of drawn? I'm looking like for the practical application of the theory, in real life situations where you're making a decision in business or in personal relationships with other people, not necessarily a spouse or a mate. Where does that?
That's a great question. Did everybody hear that? This is great here on the weekend. But we got to go back in the real world with these spiritual principles, and, they just don't work back there. You follow what I'm saying? They just don't work back there. And where I think this is discussed in our literature is in the 6th step in the 12 and 12. We're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. Well, some of those defects are necessary in the business world to get ahead. You have to screw the guy once in a while. You got to fake him out and mislead him. Yeah, I'm going to have it there on time, and you know damn well you're not going to have it on. You know what I'm saying? And so there is this question of how much should we let God remove in order to keep functioning in the real world? How honest? You know what I mean? What if God took away all my ability to not be honest and I was just honest everywhere I went? I'm going to have to control that. How about greed? This is what I think Bill is discussing in there. I would like to get rid of greed. I think it's a terrible thing. It gets in the way, and it's just driven me crazy. And then as my ego starts massaging, it says, well, then you'll have nothing. You won't have one damn possession. Well, I'd like to get rid of most of my greed. You see what's happening? We have an absolute principle or an ideal, and we're compromising to make it fit with the situation out there. Gossiping, Dr. Bob said, was the worst thing to hit an A. We got to stop it. And Bob knows that we've talked about this. And you go, that is wrong. Jesus, it's just terrible. Gossip is killing people. I just think it's disgusting. However, if someone else originated the gossip, and I was like a telephone wire as it went through, now, I am simply a conduit for gossip, I would say technically I could still be a conduit. You see what I'm doing? I'm taking the principles of the program and modifying them slightly to accommodate my perception of what should be done. And Bill writes this line: we tend to settle for as much perfection as will get us by. So we don't know what would happen if we were totally honest. I went on a job interview where I desperately needed. My first 17 years of sobriety, I was broke all the time with the 6 kids and this and that. And my buddy gets me this interview where a Marine general was running the agency and the Marine colonel was the interviewer, and they wanted a congressional liaison guy. And so the Marine Corps connection gets me in, but I wasn't qualified for the job at all. I did not know anything about Congress or banking law or anything. And so I'm just telling this guy, well, you know, if Marine officers, we can learn anything. I know I can do it. Just give me a chance. He said, oh, well, I'll think about it. By the way, why did you get out of the Marine Corps? I said, I got thrown out of the Marine Corps for drinking. But I've been in AA for 10 years, and I know I can do this job. And he said, well, I'll let you know. And 2 weeks later, I got a phone call from the personnel office. If you want the job, it's yours. And I went in there, not knowing anything about credit unions, banking law, any of those things, and I arrive on the job. I'm in the general counsel's office, and they said, the general's testifying, and when I heard about this general, he chewed everybody's head off. These guys were afraid of him in the general counsel, and they said, he's testifying in 2 weeks. You got to write the stuff he's going to say. I said, about what? About all these proposed laws. No kidding. And I sat in that room, and I'm going to tell you a funny story. One of the few books on this table that I had was a book called The History of the Credit Union Movement by Moody and Fite. So I said, well, I better brush up on the history. Turns out, credit unions were started as almost a spiritual movement. Started by a millionaire named Filene from Boston, Filene's department store. He was in India and saw that there was this way of giving poor people a way of saving and loaning money to themselves, and banks wouldn't loan to any of the little people. And he said, I'm going to do this for my employees at the department store. And it worked so well that he said, I'm going to donate, and he donated $1 million to have state laws passed all over the country to give this to the little guy. And he hires this lawyer who had to have been a born-again something, because he saw this as God's work. And he wrote these principles that underlay the entire movement. When I read that book, I felt like I was reading the big book. And I just connected to those underlying principles. They were just amazing. So I picked up the laws and the proposals, and I applied the principles to them using what he said. This is how we should think. This is what we stand for. So I'm just writing, this is what we stand for. As it came to me, and I'd sent it up to the general, and it was a day later, the assistant general counsel, the general wants to see you. And he was like, you're going to get it. You're going to get it. And I went in there, and the general said, did you write this? This is the first time I met him. I hadn't even met him yet. Did you write this? Yes, sir. This is great. How do you like that? And I was like his golden boy. I mean, one time I wrote something that was terrible, and they said, General, we're ashamed that you came up here and wrote that. This is the most disgusting testimony. There had been a misunderstanding with the thing, and he came back. There was smoke going out of his ears, and I walked over and sat next to him because I knew I was getting fired. And I said, I'm sorry, General, there was a big understanding. He said, screw him. And he was pointing at the committee that had yelled at him, screw him. You know what I mean? And a couple years later, the general counsel, I was at his house, we became good friends, we're about the same age. He said, you ever wonder why I hired you? And I said, yeah. Yeah. And this is what he said. He said, I wonder what it would be like to work with someone that honest. That's the quote. So here we go. We're out in the business world. The last thing you would ever tell somebody on a job interview, I got thrown out for drinking. You see what I'm saying? We all know that would be the stupidest thing. And there's certainly times when they'd go, well, then we don't want you. But what I think is, I wouldn't want to have worked there. That's what I think. Hey, we're at the end of the time. We'll save more questions on Sunday. We'll have a little extra time there. Thank you all for your attention, and we're off to dinner. Guess who's going to have the hardest time with this part of the deal? I'm taking the microphone with me. It won't be on. Okay, we're going to start in a couple of minutes. And we're simply going to go from now until we come back in here in silence. And I made two suggestions, and I'll repeat them. And that is, one, try to not want anything that is happening to be different. In other words, you're standing in line, don't try to not want to not be standing in line quiet. Just, it's a way of acceptance. Just be like this is fine. Just be fine with the entire experience. That would be one. And the second that I mentioned, spend at least 30 minutes at some point during the 3 hours or 2 hours, whatever it is, 2.5, till we come back, loving everything you can think of. Remember I said that? Just love your hand, your arm, your foot, George's car, whatever comes into your mind. All of China, the universe, every single star, and see if you can run out of love. Just exhaust it. And I think that'll be very energizing. And then we'll come back here and we'll end it and then come into our surprise for the evening. So, do you have an announcement?
There is a key that was found from a Toyota by cabin 4, so if anyone owns it. Thank you.
And make sure you have your list with you. And we'll go ahead and get started with the forgiveness exercise that's scheduled for 8:30. And before I do that, I just want to make one announcement, and that is to remind everybody that they have like a 11 o'clock noise curfew. So even when we're visiting in the cabins, if we can avoid hysterical laughing at the top of our lungs, which is hard for us to do because we're having such a good time, but if we can keep it like a subdued conversation, then we'll be invited back, which we'd really like to do, to keep coming here. So anyway, as you saw in the letter, it simply asked us, and I was amazed how long a list I had, to just list things that are weighing on you, whether it's people, events, politics, your own situation. Why aren't you more successful? Whatever is weighing on you is what we put on that list. And I would suggest that if your name isn't on it, to add it, and if God's name isn't on there, to add that. because that's kind of a universal thing that we somehow carry around in our subconscious, that our life isn't the way it should be, and it's not my fault, so it could be God's. And he's not around to defend himself, and so it's real easy to have those thoughts and not realize the unfairness that we're carrying around. So if we get all that, in a traditional way, we're going to look at this from two perspectives. And a more traditional one, I'm going to play a forgiveness meditation by a very interesting man called Stephen Levine, who I went to hear many, many years ago just because the girl I was dating said, "Oh, you got to hear him." And I said, "No, I don't have to hear him." "Well, you'll be sleeping alone tonight." "Well, actually, I will." "Actually, it sounds good, sounds good." Jeez, I got there and he stands up and he says, "Well, we'll just start out with a guided meditation." And it was almost like I was just swept in, and I've been reading him ever since. There's several books on that list. In particular, Who Dies, which helps us deal with the main topic tomorrow morning, which is by dying that we awaken and what all that means. So we'll spend, just get totally relaxed, and I hope this system works where I put a tape on and it plays through the system, and then we'll pick it up when it ends, okay? Turn this over. You ready, Mr. Lee? And I hope this works.
Unforgiveness. Find a comfortable place to sit and settle in there. And as you settle in, reflect for a moment on what forgiveness is. What is forgiveness? What might it mean to bring forgiveness into your life? Now, invite into your mind the image, the sense of someone you have resentment for, someone you have perhaps put out of your heart. Just feel their presence in your mind, this person you have resentment for. And now gently, just as an experiment in truth, invite that person from your mind into your heart. Feel their approach to your heart. Notice whatever blocks that approach. Fear, anger, distrust. Notice the qualities that block the entrances to the heart. And just for this moment, let that person through. Let them into your heart. This person you have resentment for. And in your heart, say to them, I forgive you. I forgive you. It's so painful to put someone out of your heart. For this moment, let them back in. And whisper to them silently in your heart, I forgive you. I forgive you for whatever you may have done that caused me pain in the past, intentionally or unintentionally, through your words, through your actions, even through your thoughts, however you hurt me. I forgive you. I forgive you. Let go. It's so painful to hold on to the resentment. Let it go. Have mercy on you. Forgive them. I forgive you for whatever you may have done in the past, intentionally or unintentionally, that caused me pain, through your confusion, through your distrust, through your anger, through your separateness, however you caused me pain, I forgive you. I forgive you. Allow them to be touched by the possibility of your forgiveness, by your mercy, by your kindness, forgiving them, letting them back into your heart. I forgive you. I know just as I wish only to be happy, so do you. I forgive your ignorance, your fear, your pain. I forgive you. I forgive you. Now, having been touched by the possibility of your forgiveness, let them go on their way. Bid them farewell for now. perhaps even touching them with a blessing as they depart. Let them go. Now invite into your heart, into your mind, someone who has resentment for you, someone who has perhaps put you out of their heart, someone who has judged you, someone who has hurt you, someone who has caused you pain. And just invite them in. Let them into your heart for this moment, for this experiment in forgiveness. Let them in. This person who has resentment toward you, let them in. Notice whatever limits or blocks their entrance to the heart. Your fear, your anger, your sense of betrayal, your distrust. Just notice what blocks or limits forgiveness. No judgment. And invite this person into your heart. And in your heart, say to them, I ask your forgiveness. I ask for your forgiveness. However I may have hurt you, intentionally or unintentionally, through my confusion, through my fear, however I may have caused you pain, I ask now that you forgive me. I ask to be forgiven. Let it in. Let it in. Allow yourself to be forgiven. Have mercy on you. Allow their forgiveness into your heart. Let it be so. Let it be so. I ask for your forgiveness. For whatever I may have done that caused you pain, through my forgetfulness, through my self-interest, through my fear. However, I could not hold my pain and spilled it out on you. I ask your forgiveness. I ask that you forgive me now. Allow yourself to be touched by the possibility of their forgiveness, by their mercy, by their healing. Let it in. Let yourself be forgiven.
Okay. Now, as we are just getting conscious again and sitting here, this is the exercise that I'm suggesting. I'm going to take some styrofoam cups, pass them back, make sure everybody gets one. Get these closer to the middle. And if there isn't enough, I got another package here. Thanks, Amy. See if anybody in the back needs one, okay? Oh, I need one. I'm not getting out of this one. Amy, one here. Thanks. Okay, has everybody got one? All we're going to do is tear the list up and put the pieces in the cup. Tear them into the smaller pieces you want, but just create a lot of little pieces of paper out of one big one. We don't have to be angry. We're just tearing up little pieces of paper. We're just in kindergarten. We're just tearing up papers. Okay. Now, starting with this table, I'm going to get a trash bag here. And I want you to just come up. And when you stand in front of me, and then when this table finishes, then the next table starts, so we aren't all standing up at once. And hold the cup over the bag, and in your mind, just say, let. And when you say go, just spread your fingers. Don't push it in back. Just let gravity do it. In other words, let go. Okay? Let go. Then, when you go back to your seat, stand in front of your chair, like I'm standing here, and just say, let God. and feel how much more support you have sitting down. You feel the weight that just comes off your feet. So it's just let go and then let God. So, let's just start with this table. Come on around this way and just one at a time. It's not a big deal, just your own way. Yeah. Okay, next, Bill. Good. Yeah. Hi, Gene. Gone. There we go. Hi, Mick. There we go. Good. How about this table? Like they may all fit. Hey, Raj. Yeah. Chuck. Hi. Yeah. 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 Lee, hold this one for me, will you? And then tie it up. Ah. Now, what I liked about that exercise, if you may not have made this the central focus, but did you notice how light the cup was? What do you think it weighed? Half an ounce? You came up here to deposit maybe an ounce. You could say that when we don't forgive, That is the cross that we have given ourselves to carry. I judged some situations and I decided they were terrible and I'm not going to forgive them, and I am going to carry this cross. It's mine. And I'm going to experience the pain that not forgiving gave me. And it's quite serious. Obviously, I wouldn't have carried it so long. They say to err is human, to forgive is divine. And so it sounds like, geez, we're really stuck with this stuff. But what if we could see through the illusion, that's what we're talking about this entire weekend, that our ego played on us. It told us that this burden, this cross that we're carrying, is very heavy. Very heavy. When I was in the Marine Corps, one of the tricks that the drill sergeants would play on the recruits when we went on a 20-mile hike with a 30-pound pack, halfway through the hike, they'd go up to one of the kids and they'd go, "Jones, you are amazing. You're going through with a 60-pound pack, doing just as well as all the rest are with a 30-pound pack." Guess who didn't finish the march? It's hard to finish a march with a 60-pound pack on your back. How did the pack get that heavy? So that he could feel it. It was killing him. It hurts his shoulders twice as much as when he thought he had a 30-pound pack. He told himself, this is much more painful than it used to be when it was 30 pounds. And he believed it. And carried that and exhausted himself. And so, when we look at this bag over here, that bag contains the heavy crosses of 55 guys. Sitting right in that bag. And is Amy back there? Oh, Amy. Just so you can, for demonstration purposes, I'm going to ask Amy to throw the trash out. Now, just a second, Amy. As you can see, Amy's not a bodybuilder. She's not a weightlifter where she's down flexing her muscles. But I talked to her and she said she's willing to try and do this. She's willing to try and pick up the crosses of 55 men with one hand. Can you take the trash out, Amy? I'd sure appreciate it. That was quite a burden. She's really strong. Isn't that I never would have guessed that she could have picked up that much weight with one hand. So in the method that we're discussing here, we're simply trying to see through each illusion that we have, that life is difficult and heavy and hard. So what are crosses made out of? Thoughts. But a thought doesn't weigh anything. You know what I mean? You could put 1,000,000 thoughts in that bag and it wouldn't even register on the scale. So what makes it so heavy? Our body and our emotions believe what the thoughts are saying. And we trick ourselves into having the most incredible burden to walk through life with. And the more we can expose the illusion that this is heavy. I was thinking about it that what we really had an exercise in could be called drop the cross. Which somehow reminds me of a talk I gave 30 years ago, 1976, in Palm Springs, California, called Drop the Rock. So what has happened in 30 years? I'm still giving the same talk. Haven't learned a thing. It's what it looks like, right? And when I figured this out, I almost cried. I'll tell you what I learned. I learned that rock didn't weigh 1 ounce. That's the difference between 30 years ago and now. I could have swam all day with that rock. That rock weighed maybe a half an ounce. And I was in that talk, I'm out there holding it. I'm going under. Oh, drop the rock. Oh, I can't. It's my rock. I'm going under. And it didn't weigh anything. Except that I told myself it did. And I would have drowned. And so this is a new way of looking at the same set of circumstances we've been looking at for a long time. We're looking in the one with Stephen, if I could just let this go. You know what I'm saying? If I could just open my heart wide enough to allow enough forgiveness to come out, to just please relieve me of the bondage. Well, how did I get any bondage? Oh, I made it up. I got to have as good a story as everybody else. I can't go to those freaking meetings going, oh, everything's okay. I'll pass. I mean, that ain't going to work. You're going to have something to be working on. You can't just by magic not have any problems. But there it is. That rock didn't weigh anything. And I'm there going through all of this whole story about getting red and all that kind of stuff. So the real burden, this is just as I see it today, and all we can ever share is what we see today. Nobody has the truth. You know what I mean? We can point each other towards the truth, and then you can go, and when it's revealed to you, you will be reporting on what you are seeing that day. So I'm just reporting on what I see this day. And I see the core situation being a conflict inside of me. And the conflict is between the world that God created and the world that I created through my story. And they're struggling to see which one survives. Which? It's the war of the worlds. You follow what I'm saying? And as long as that war is raging inside of human beings, how can there ever be peace? If I can't believe and have peace within myself, how can I ever think of such a thing as peace? So awakening is possibly the greatest thing that can be done on the planet, is to end this war inside of ourselves between what I created and what God created. And believe me, my world ain't going down without a fight. It is simply not. It's not going to just raise the white flag and say, okay, erase, 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 erase. Thank you. I give up. I don't want, another lecture will talk about what we give up. And so there's a phenomenon that seems to happen that is hard to figure out sometimes. We work the program as we're taught, and we get progress, and it's wonderful. And then it's as if we get indigestion or some kind of a backlash to the progress. You know what I mean? I was happy as heck yesterday, and now I'm waking up and it's like, I got an indigestion, or I got this, or I got that. There's part of us that's very threatened by the spiritual progress that we made because its life could end. The ego. And as we squeeze on it, it makes up all kinds of ways of tricking us. I like my ego's prayer. I don't know if your ego ever prays, but mine does without me realizing. I think I'm praying. And the ego's down there, and here's an ego prayer. I don't know if you've ever had an ego prayer, but this is my ego prayer. God, I am so grateful for what you have done for me. You've taken me from a wreck of a person with no self-respect, with no friends, with nothing. And you've lifted me up with your wonderful grace. And you've placed me in a position where now I have friends. Now I have self-respect. Now I have peace of mind. I am so grateful that you have placed me here where I no longer need you. That almost sounds like a legitimate prayer, doesn't it? I can't thank you enough for making me self-sufficient again. I'll call you when I need you. And the extent of this is amazing, which is why we need each other. Remember there's a sentence in the 12 and 12? People of very high spiritual development always insist on checking with others the spiritual guidance they feel they got from their higher power. People of very high spiritual development check with each other. What about us? And so that's why we run things by each other. As a standard, Kent and I have lunch all the time, and he'll just say, can I run something by you? And then I'll say, well, yeah, but let me run something by you. And this is how truth gets revealed. Somebody said, well, how do I know if it's God's will? I said, ask somebody else. You're just running by somebody else. If they fall off their chair, it probably isn't. You know what I mean? Last night it was clear. I woke up and God wants me to leave my wife and go to Guatemala. There's this 18-year-old girl down there, and it's very spiritual in Guatemala, and I know I should be there. And my heart tells me everything. I'm in total harmony. I don't think you're going to say, go with God. You're probably going to tell them that we ought to rethink this one. My point is that Carl Jung, when he wrote the letter back to Bill, made a very interesting observation after he thanked Bill for telling him about it and how glad he was that there was AA, and how he knew that alcoholics were really thirsting after God, and that the solution would lie in seeking God. But then he went on to say, it was a very interesting sentence. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. But he said, I've been studying human nature for 70 years or whatever it was. And he, when asked if he believed in God, he said, no, I don't believe in God. I know there's a God. He was going beyond belief. And he said, here's the situation facing the human race. Every human being has to struggle with evil. We call it character defects. And listen to this pronouncement. And they always lose. How do you like that? And they always lose. Bingo, with one exception. People who have had spiritual awakenings and are in a society that enables them to maintain the spiritual awakening. Now, do we have any idea how lucky we are? Do you know what percentage of the world has even a glimpse of a spiritual awakening and is in a society that enables them to maintain it? It's really staggering to realize what a small percentage it is. And so, getting back to the first lecture of the importance of awakening and passing that message on, if that isn't established as the goal, in other words, the goal is awakening. Just like we were talking about, so if you're looking for awakening, just like you're looking for trouble, that's what you're going to find. Whereas if you direct somebody towards sobriety, that's what they'll find. And what does Bill say with the tornado or the twister and the sobriety? We think a person who says sobriety is enough is unthinking. Sobriety, nothing ensures immunity from drinking like working with another alcoholic. Okay, nothing about an awakening there. That just keeps us alive so that we can go for the main event. That's the point I'm trying to make here, is that's the jackpot. In the awakening, when Bill writes, the purpose of this book is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problems. The finding of the power solves the problems? How does that happen? It gives you the power to see that you don't have any problems. Spirituality is, you know how you got a spot remover? A can of spot remover? This is a can of problem remover. So when somebody comes to talk to us about, I got this terrible problem, how do I solve it? What I say to them is, I'm not going to help you solve your problem. We're going to sit here until I can show you that you don't have a problem. Then you can leave. We're going to look at it entirely differently until you say, yeah, I guess that's not a problem. There's a big difference between solving problems and seeing that you created it in the first place. I don't know if you've ever done this. Sometimes when I'm feeling bad, I trick myself into feeling good. I mean, we're so screwed up we have to do tricks like that. I'm feeling down, I'm out, I don't know what I'm doing, things are going lousy, and I go, watch this. And I run over and I get the movie section. You know, like the dog, you get the leash. Hey, ho, 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 going for a walk. So I get the movie section, I go, movies, oh. Let's open, see what's playing. Okay, I'll look. But I'm still holding on to the problem. But I'm mildly interested in this movie thing that is being waved in front of me. And so I look and go, hey, here's one you really like. It's about the Marines. Well, do we get popcorn? Yeah. You want to go? Yeah. And then I'm laughing as I go out to the car. I fooled him again, fooled him again, fooled him again. Now he's feeling good. I tricked him. Here's the most important part of the whole story. Guess who tricked me into having a problem in the first place? Same guy. I was sitting around with no problems. And along came part of me going, watch this. For a practical joke on so watch what I'm going to do to Tommy. Whatever it is. Floating cigar. That's what our ego does. Look at Tommy sitting over there. Happy, just sitting there. Watch this. Hey, Tommy. What? So if we can see through the illusions, it is a solution of immense proportions. Because every illusion, if you go to a magic show, once you know how the trick works, you ain't going back to see that guy anymore. You know what I'm talking about? All of the power of the illusion is gone because you know how it was done. Every trick, every time you can find, oh, I just did that, and expose it, this whole story starts to collapse. It starts to have no justification. It's losing its power every time we can expose it. And that's a very wonderful thing to have happen. To have that. This is another area that we can use each other for. I just can't shake this. You know, I have phone conversations with friends of mine, and I have a buzzword, and it is, can I run something by you? Now, what that means is, I know you're at work, but I only want 45 seconds. You follow what I'm saying? I just want 45 seconds. So then, sure. Okay, A, this guy walked in, I was supposed to do this. B, this happened. And C, and I feel crappy. How do you see it? See how long that took? A, B, C. How do you see it? He said, well, the way I see it, your boss must have been totally screwed up. Maybe his wife beat him over the head. I mean, he was off base. What he did was absolutely out of the ballpark wrong. So forgive him. End of story. Forgive him. It's almost like I need permission from somebody else to see it that way. Oh, okay. So it is forgivable? Did you look it up in the book? Isn't there a list of things you can forgive and then ones you can't forgive? This one is forgive. Okay, all right, so I'll forgive him. Or he may say to me, you're seeing it all wrong. You're seeing it all wrong. You got to apologize to him for this or this. Really? Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry. Done. Problem gone. Spot remover. Trick is over. The illusion is finished. Fini. It's gone. You don't go to bed with it that night. It is Gone. So this is what awakening is. The power to see through the story that we've been telling ourselves. And hopefully this weekend we'll spend some more time on this type of approach, which is focusing on awakening further. In other words, I'm looking for a fight. I'm looking for an awakening. And that's my goal, is to fully awaken any second now. You follow what I'm saying? Now you may say, well, what's that? That's my goal. That's what I'm looking for. And I think it is a tremendously focused way of applying the steps. There is a very definite goal, which our 12 steps says is the whole point of the deal anyway. Okay, we're right at the end of the time, and we got plenty of time to visit and socialize some more, and then zip the noise at 11 o'clock, and we'll see you at breakfast at 9. Thank you all very much. Okay, we're back together. I don't know about you guys. I slept just so soundly last night. Guy had to wake me up knocking on the door at 8:45. And I think that's a good sign. And I'm getting a lot of feedback that each one of you has been so happy that the others that are here. It's just been... And that's... I'll tell you why I put on the letter... Don't bring a large group. Just bring one or be by yourself. We have a tendency to bring our entire home group. And then we hang around with our home group and go back. And I know it's tempting, but I'd like to keep it this way. That just come, one or two, and then meet all the other people who end up wanting to come by themselves or with just one other. And that's the new bonding. That's the new thing. And it's almost just chosen by random. I mean, this thing was spread around by word of mouth. Somebody would email somebody else, and a lot of people heard at the last second, oh, you think I could come down to the... And that's who was supposed to be here. Is this group right here. That's who was supposed to be here. And somebody who got sick at the last second, they're supposed to be in another group. And I have that feeling, and I just walk around going, God, I'm glad this group is here, and you're all from all over the place. And so that was just one thought. Then the other thing, I left a couple things out of forgiveness. So before I get on to the today, and I don't know how I forgot this, but I almost cried when I read the story of the murder in the Amish community. Amish, is that how you pronounce it? In the Amish community. It brought tears to my eyes. I didn't know that kind of a world existed anywhere, where the first thought was forgiveness and to go and comfort the family of the son who killed. And I was thinking of the prayer of St. Francis. It's better to understand than to be understood. It's better to forgive. Everything that prayer stands for took place in that thing. It was just, where there's error, I bring truth. Where there's wrong, I bring a sense of forgiveness. I mean, just write down. And I'm sure in that family with their son that did that, there was a great darkness that settled in on them, a great gloom. And here comes the rest of the families to bring light. And there was a lot of sadness, and they came in and brought joy. You're forgiven. It's all right. And we understand. Instead of, we're going to get you, and you're going to pay for what was done. I mean, the traditional things. And I just cried when I read that, because I saw that as someone who had awakened. It's an awakened perspective on what happened, an enlightened perspective. And then in the same Tampa Tribune issue that had that story, there was an editorial from the Los Angeles Times on the same incident. And their take was, those people ought to wise up and put locks on their schools. That was the message that whoever wrote that editorial, that was their perspective. That, geez, quite two different views, and I'm capable of both, and we all are. We're capable of seeing it, that was a beautiful example. The other thing about forgiveness, this is hard to explain, but I'll do the best that I can. God forgives us and loves us exactly the same when we're sinning as when we're not. Exactly the same. It's impossible to interrupt his flow of love. We're already forgiven while we're robbing the bank. We're already forgiven. And so, at least the way I see it, we should be, if we want to be like God, if we want to be loved, we should be forgiving ourselves as we are sinning. And that sounds like we're condoning it. No, we're not doing that. It's just that we're powerless over a lot of things. That's where we are today. I'm thinking these thoughts. I'm having my 5th piece of cake. I'm looking at that girl across the meeting whose legs are spread. I'm looking over here. And what do? I condemn myself and cut myself off from God. And now I'm experiencing the pain of being cut off. So what am I going to do to relieve the pain? How about one more piece of cake? How about whatever it is? How about two more half hours of porn? How about venting anger? How about this? How about that? So it is in the forgiveness as whatever is happening, I'm forgiving myself for, that I maintain the contact with my higher power. And the act itself does not put me in any pain. Therefore, there's no need to repeat it. See, the need for a lot of the things that human beings do comes from being separated from God and trying to find a way to relieve the pain of separation. And drinking was one of them, eating is one of them, or not eating on the other side of the thing. I'm going to forgive myself for not eating today, instead of condemning myself so that the next day I got to do it again in order to feel better. And the more I thought about that, I said, my God, what a way to have things removed naturally, by removing the need to do them, because we're already connected. So I saw that forgiveness as we got to take it further as far as ourselves are concerned. And stop giving ourselves a hard time about anything. Just go, I love you anyway, even though you're this way. I love you anyway, even though you're still spiteful. I love you anyway, and that keeps me connected to my higher power, and so I don't need to find a way to fix not being connected by whatever it is. Continuing with each one of us has our own little way of dealing with loneliness or there I go, whatever it is. Stay up all night watching TV. Just avoid the feelings. So I just throw that out, and now we're on to, this is the lecture for this morning. And in order to make a point this morning, I'm going to extend a very special spiritual greeting to some of my friends. And then we're going to try to figure out why in God's name I would ever extend that warm spiritual greeting. So I'll start out with Bob Bazans. Bob, I wish you weren't here. Scott Redmond, you came all the way from Los Angeles, and I'll tell you, I wish you weren't here. And Gene, you came driving up here, and I wish you weren't here. And for the rest of you, I wish I wasn't here. There, how's that for getting the morning off to a good start? What is that all about? Okay, let's everyone imagine this room and this setting, and you're not here. So you really got to use your imagination, okay? All the other people are here, and you're looking around, and you're taking it all in by your imagination. You're just imagining that you're here. You're just taking it all in by imagining that you're here. So the only thing that would be here is your imagination. Okay? I made a list of what wouldn't be here if you weren't here. Okay? This is what wouldn't be here. Your story wouldn't be here, your judgments, your fears, your opinions, your plans, your past, your secrets, your politics, your hobbies, your habits, your idiosyncrasies, your preferences, your style, your mannerisms, your beliefs, your activism, your liberalism, your conservatism, your fatherhood, your debating, your awards, your commendations, your titles, your memberships, your methods, your desires, your pain, your burdens, your injustices, your fantasies, your routines, your possessions, your likes, your dislikes, your views, your taste, your sexuality, your nostalgia, your eating, your driving, your pride, your alcoholism, your resentments, your future, your security, your friends, your enemies, your courage, your mistakes, your prayers, your influence, your traditions, and we could go on and on. What if none of that was here? What does it say about that in the literature? I would be like the hole in the donut. I would be a non-entity. Wouldn't it be nice to not be here? Wouldn't it be great, Scott, if you really weren't here? Wouldn't it be great if I was? Could I be here without me being here? How freeing would that be? Just none of that list, which is only partial. It could go on for pages. What if all that list of 2 pages of you wasn't here, and you were here minus that? To me, that would be spectacular. Nobody would be here in the traditional sense. And we could just be so happy as we looked at our friends. I'm so glad you're not here. And go, boy, gee, Chuck, I'm so glad you're not here. And we'd be telling them the greatest gift they could be given, which is to be here without you. Well, how are we going to get rid of you? It's clear that we have to form a conspiracy without you finding out to get rid of you. Like, a murder, an assassination of some sort. You got to go. You know what I mean? When they're going to overthrow the king, it's clear you got to go. You are ruining the country that you live in, which is you. We got to overthrow the king of your own life. And that's what I think the prayer of St. Francis is really all about. And I made some notes. So we're talking about dying in the sense that I just talked about it. Now, that word in this country starts an anxiety reaction. Gene and I were talking about it before the meeting. It just starts an anxiety. I don't want to talk about that. I do not want to talk about it. Guess what part of me doesn't want to talk about it? Ego. My heart? No, my ego. Because it can see through that plot. Hey, if they figure this one out, I'm done. I'm done. So I'm going to cause great anxiety. I'm going to cause people to faint. What happened? I'm talking about dying and the boogeyman. When I first got sober, I couldn't visit my sponsor in the hospital because the hospital reminded me that you might get sick and then you might die. And it was too terrifying to even go see him in the hospital because I don't know what it was. Later on, I realized it was a fear of never having lived. That was what I was really afraid of, that the truth was going to come out, that I didn't know a clue about what life was, and I was going to leave here clueless, and that was very panicky. So here's a question. When a caterpillar turns into a butterfly, does the caterpillar really die? I'm sure from one point of view, the caterpillar goes, well, this is it. I'm a goner. You know what I'm saying? I'm a goner. And then what happens? He awakens to something he never dreamed of and flies off, weightless, and is seen by mankind as one of the most beautiful things to watch. You notice how we're all fascinated with a butterfly? When they come by, you can't help. And I think it's the fascination with transformation. There's part of us that knows that's you, pal. That's who you really are. You're not this thing crawling along here. It's really, I would say, no, it doesn't. It is transformed. It is literally transformed. And I often wonder, my mind is weird, but I'm finding out there's a lot of you guys with the weird minds just like it. What happens when a butterfly lands next to a caterpillar? Is there one of them going, man, I seem to remember that. But I'm not sure. Doesn't look possible. On the other hand, I wish I was like that guy, just flying along and... No, couldn't be. No way. No way could something like that happen to me. You know where I feel that? When I see the Dalai Lama. Or Martin Luther King. When Martin Luther King spoke, I cried. You know why I cried? As a white guy. I heard him say that he was concerned as much for my unhappiness as he was for the black guy's unhappiness. He knew the pain that I was in for having these terrible ideas and hatred and being locked in to a stupid past. And he knew that this would free black and white. I knew he was just a liberated human being. Didn't matter the color, as opposed to we're going to divide and we... Now I was listening to an enlightened being who made my heart cry. So did Nelson Mandela. There's a big difference between an enlightenment and a cause. And you respond to the enlightenment. That's what I heard. It made me I just felt so good. And then I watched, just stand there and watch the dogs and the fire hoses. And it was just, God will take care of this. This is a non-resistance. All of the stuff that been taught spiritually throughout the ages, and there it was right in front of our eyes. Just fantastic. But getting back to the Dalai Lama, so I sit, and there's the butterfly, as far as I'm concerned, and there's the caterpillar. And part of me is going, that could happen to you. And guess what my ear goes? No, not you. You don't think there's 55 Dalai Lamas in here? You got to look again. You don't think that could happen? I think it can. If you believe it. And if you seek it. It's there. Now that's encouraging, isn't it? Wouldn't it be great to just fly? I'm going to read the poem High Flight later on. Bill, I know you've heard it. About leaving the surly bonds of earth and reaching out and touching the face of God. It used to play on the TV stations. So that's what I see in the prayer. These are some notes I've wrote about ego. Ego believes that life can't take care of itself. How do you like that? Life take care of itself without me managing in some way? You mean life would just unfold the way it's supposed to? That isn't going to happen. The other one was the ego isn't wrong. It's just unconscious. It's not awakened. The feeling that I don't have enough. These are just some of the parameters of looking at it. The feeling that I don't have enough means that I am not enough. And that creates a state of wanting. And this is the most interesting part of this wanting. The ego wants to want more than it wants to have. That's where it exists, is in the dissatisfaction with the now. So if I want a new Cadillac and get it, then I have to want something else. Because wanting is what separates us. So that's why we were saying as we go around the St. Francis and as we go around in this retreat, is to try and sit and not want anything to be different than it is. So like in the silent meal tonight, stand in line and not want that you could talk. And not want anything other than just the way it is. Which is a backwards way of saying acceptance. But this wanting is a way of staying out of the now. The ego says, yes, I know the now is where you're supposed to be, and I would go into the now if we just change this. It's not quite acceptable yet. And I want a couple more things to be different. Then I'll be glad to settle into the now, which is where the ego can't exist. So it's been called a dysfunctional relationship with the now. It has to see that there's something wrong with the now, so I can't be in it. So all the time, no matter what is going on, something inside of me wants it to be different. You know what I mean? Like right now, it seemed to have gotten warmer in here, and part of me wants the air on for a second. In other words, right away there's something that occurred that my ego took advantage of so that I can't just totally be present. It's like, I'm totally present, but I'd be more present if it was cooler. That's not being present. You follow what I'm saying? I'm always finding something about the now that needs to be adjusted before I'm going to settle in for the night. You follow what I'm saying? But I got to get the covers this way. No, what? One last thing. One more smoke. Okay, I'm turning in for the night. What? One more. Drive ourselves crazy. Why don't you just go to sleep? So that's that dissatisfaction with the now. Then another thought that I either read or came to me is that each time we awaken further, it's not, let me see how I wrote it. It's not that the questions that I had before don't exist. It's just I'm not interested in it anymore. Now let me give you an example, and I'm sure all of you will relate to this. When I found out I was an alcoholic, I was obsessed with why I became an alcoholic. Did anybody else? It must have been the Catholic Church. It must have been the church. When the obsession was lifted, it just came to me. I just was like, oh yeah. I could care less why I became an somebody came up and said, the psychiatrist, who cares? I'm not interested anymore. I have no interest in all the questions I used to have. So they weren't answered, they just became irrelevant. What a difference, right? So all this stuff that we're trying to know, when it is revealed, we're going, what do I want to know all that crap for? That has nothing to do with it. Which is the need to know. The need to know is, we had that in the military. We'd have a message. You remember that, Bill? And then there was only certain people that could know. And you sort of remember that, Bill. Boom! Need to know. Only know. Eyes only. Your eyes only. Or whatever the heck was all that stuff. And there was But from an ego's point of view, I'm on every list there is. Need to know. Because my problem is I don't know enough. And I need to know this. And if I knew that, and if I knew, no. And then we get to, well, what about need to know about why you're now? Oh, I don't need to know that anymore. I don't need to know. What if we could remove all of the need to know? Anything. Would that create a tremendous peace of mind? We would be in the state that they refer to as not knowing. Well, I just don't know. That's where I am. Well, don't you want to know? No, I just like not knowing. Not a bad goal, is it? Now the ego goes, whoa. God, we got to know the mystery of life. We got to understand the universe. We got to understand that. That's how you'll understand it, is by not knowing. And then you can realize that you are the universe. You are. You can't go beyond what we are. It's the awareness of our being that is the answer to everything. So the mystery of life is the mystery of you. As soon as you see yourself as it is revealed, that's it. Can't go beyond it. So there's nothing to learn. There is a question of how can I place myself in the proper direction, the proper attitude, whatever you want to call it, so that more is revealed. When it gets revealed, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, who knows? But when it does, there's no doubt that it is revealed. So if we looked at awakening or dying, they're both the same thing, like a hologram. I never saw one until I was at my son's home in Baltimore about 15, 20 years ago, and he had one on the wall, and the grandchildren saw it in 3 minutes. And then they're all saying, oh, it's just look, but don't look. It's kind of up in the left hand, so I'm out there, the grandfather. I don't want to say I haven't seen it, but I haven't. And everyone else has. So during the meal, I'm constantly going to the bathroom so I can go down this hall where the picture is hanging, and I'm, and then they'd be yelling, my son, Dad, what are you, oh, right there. I never saw it. I went home without ever seeing it. Never saw it. So if you wanted to coach me in seeing that, Sandy, Jesus, Simple. Here's a book on how to see holograms. Well, the book would be 1 page, 1 sentence. I don't care how big an expert you are. The book would be 1 page, 1 sentence. Stand there till you freaking see it. Anybody disagree with that? You have to stand there and look at it until it appears. You can read all the books in the world, you can do anything you want, but until that sucker, boom, for you, it isn't there yet. Well, I think seeking is like that. I'm just going to keep looking until it appears. I'm going to keep looking until it appears. And so we're in the process of doing that. And as I said earlier at dinner, during the silence, around the 14 lines of the prayer of St. Francis, just accept everything just the way it is. Try to eliminate any wanting that it be different. And make that a focus. It is a way of opening the door to awareness. That is looking at the hologram until it reveals itself to you. That is placing ourselves in a state. That's a way of getting to the hologram. In other words, you can't be at the hologram and wanting to be somewhere else. And being there, but only for 2 minutes. Okay, I'll look for 2 minutes. Then I got, what do I have? Something more important than this stupid hologram. Well, if it's more important, then that's what's going to appear. That's what you're really seeking, is what you have to go in 2 minutes to. Which is why we don't have any cell phones. There's nothing more important than being in this room. And the more we realize that, the more we enjoy being here, the more we're totally present. So as we are going from place to place, have no wanting that we're somewhere else or that anything about it is any different. And somehow the deal got arranged this way. You know, and oftentimes you speculate, why was it set up this way? Why is it set up? Why is it that this is the way it is? That you arrive on planet Earth, you go taken off on a freaking detour by a jokester called your ego, and then you got to spend the rest of your damn life trying to undo all the jokes that played on you just to get back to where you started, me, Tarzan. Who the hell would have thought up something like that? Who knows? But I made up a story. This story could be so far off the mark as to be ridiculous. But the story is about Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, which is why you got the handout there about Edgar Bergen. And I'm going to play some tapes from the radio shows, just little excerpts, and I hope they come out clear enough to hear them. And I just want to make now, when I grew up, that was, God, boy, when Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy came on the radio, my uncle, before he went away to World War II, and he'd kid me that he brought me a Charlie McCarthy thing, and I'd be moving the mouth while I'm listening to the radio, and all of this stuff. So now I want you to imagine that you are a radio producer, and I come in and I want to get on your program, and you say, what do you do? I said, I'm a magician. I mean, I got stuff you wouldn't believe. I got illusions and tricks that when people see it, they just faint. It's so good. He said, this is a radio program. People can't see. Oh, yeah. So he's out. Next guy comes in. What do? I'm a ventriloquist. I have a dummy sitting on my lap, and I throw my voice into the dummy. It blows people's minds. Good thing for a radio show? How did he ever get on there? How did a freaking ventriloquist get on and become the most popular radio thing? All of the big stars appeared. I mean, you're going to hear W.C. Fields. He made several appearances and became the arch nemesis of Charlie, and the two of them just went at it. And Jimmy Stewart, you're going to hear with Mortimer Snerd. Marilyn Monroe. I mean, it just right down all of the big movie stars came on and are talking, and I'm sitting at home with the radio. I'm just going nuts. This is more damn fun. Then came television, and they said, boy, we're going to move this right into television. And the funny thing was, Bergen wasn't that good a ventriloquist. And you could see his mouth moving like blah, 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 while Charlie's talking. And nobody cared. They already loved the two of them so much, we didn't care if he was mouthing the words. It was just a small and you just pretended you didn't see it because they were so wonderful. So we're going to take about 11 minutes or so and play this. So I hope it picks up. God was really pleased with him. And he said, you made people happy all over the world. That is just the most wonderful thing. And I want to do something for you. And any wish you want, you can have. And he said, you know what I'd like? He said, I would like Charlie McCarthy to know how much I love him. That's what I would like. And God said, that's a tough one. But I think I figured it out. There's only one way that can happen. And suddenly, somewhere in another universe, there was a planet that came to be known as Bergan. And it wasn't too dissimilar from ours. And in the Midwest, there was a couple that was getting ready to get married. Or they'd been married, they were getting ready to have a baby. And they were named Tim and Janet McCarthy. And they were all excited. They were pretty sure it was going to be a boy. And they were going to name him after their grandfather, Alex. But when the baby was born, something inside of both of them made them name it Charlie. They just were overpowered with naming it Charlie. And from the time Charlie was born, you couldn't stop him from talking. Mama, 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 mama. He just would talk and talk and talk. And he was a pretty good kid, like all other kids. Took to the world, went out, became semi-successful, tried to figure out life, tried to figure out why he seemed to remember that it was different. But he couldn't. He just went on about the frustration of writing his own play and living in it. And like so many others, he got to the end of the line in a sense of being lost and lonely and drank and drugged and got in trouble and got arrested and got pushed down to where a lot of us have been until he just screamed out, please help me. And he remembers this to this day, the screaming out, just in agony, please help me, please help me. And he heard a voice and it said, Charlie, wake up. Wake up. You're having a dream, Charlie. Wake up. And Charlie started looking and he went, Bergen? Yeah, it's me. Charlie, wake up. Bergen, where have I been? Well, you've been asleep, Charlie. What, did you have a bad dream? Yeah. God, I can't believe it. I can't believe I don't remember this. I can't believe that I don't remember sitting on your knees for all of my life. I can't believe it. I really missed you. It's terrible being out there without you. It's the worst dream I ever had. And he looked at him and he said, Bergen, are you the light that we're all talking about? And he said, yeah. And he said, I'm supposed to shine through your eyes. I'm supposed to shine through your eyes. Just that's how we are as a team. And I'm supposed to speak through your mouth. My words are supposed to come out of you. You don't have to make up anything. You just sit here and enjoy our love. And Charlie said, I never really understood this till I had that dream. I never understood this is the deal. I never could see what was going on. And Bergen said, you know, Mortimer and I have missed you a lot. And Charlie said, that Mortimer, we haven't got anything in common. He's stupid, I'm smart. He's a hillbilly, I'm sophisticated. It's the damnedest thing how much I love him. Why would I love him, Bergen? We got nothing in common. And he said, well, I made him too. And Charlie understood that they both had the same creator, and so they were exactly the same. But he had to get a line in, and he said, you know, Bergen, I can still see your lips moving. And Bergen said, Charlie, there's no problem at all having my voice go to you and you speaking. It's just that I'm praying for you at the same time. And so there's a picture of why it has to be this way from a story point of view. It's really the only way we could ever understand love is to not have it. And so as we get to the end of the lecture and I go back to the prayer of St. Francis, and I look at this and it says that where there is hatred, I may bring love. What's another way of looking at that? How am I going to bring love? Where do I get it? And then what I see is, I am love. My ego created hatred. Then I'm going to bring the spirit of forgiveness. I am the spirit of forgiveness. My ego created wrong. I am harmony. I don't have to look for it. That's who I am. My ego created discord. I am the truth. I don't have to look for it. That's who I am. My ego created error. I am faith. My ego created doubt. I made it up. I made up doubt. Makes a great story. We got guys, I'm in doubt, don't know where I am. I may bring hope where there's despair. I don't have to go get it. I am hope. You're hope. That's who you are. That's your nature. Your ego made up despair. You're the light. Your ego made up the shadows and covered it up. It's there. I am the source of joy. I made up sadness. Made it up out of whole cloth. Just watch this. I created a sad line and then it caused people to react to it. and presto, sadness. But that isn't real. The real thing is I'm joy. So when we come down to dying that one awakens to eternal life, it is the happiest moment that we could have, is to see through all of these self-created parts and have revealed our true nature. And so maybe this weekend we'll get the chance to look at that prayer and realize, just to tie it in, we're right at the end of the time, when, in case I forget, when we do the silent 3 hours or whatever it is, I'm going to suggest, and I want to mention it now because it ties in with the lecture, that at some point during the silence, doesn't matter where, during the meal, back here, over there, you take about a half hour in your mind and start loving anything. You know, love your hand, love your arm, look around the room, love, 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 love. Just love the back of everybody's head in the room. Love that lamp, love the fan, love those things. Every tree, I love that tree, that tree, that tree, that tree, that tree, that tree. And then when you run out of stuff you can see, imagine stuff like all of China. I'm going to love every guy in China. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to love him, love him, love him, love him. When you get through China, go through Africa. And when you get through the planet Earth, go through the universe. All the stars up there. 1,000 millions of stars. I'm going to love that one, I'm going to love that one, I'm going to love that one. See if in 30 minutes you can run out of love. I bet you can't. That's my bet. If somebody does, come on up and tell me. But I'm going to put money on it, you won't come close. You're going to find that you tapped into more than you thought existed. Why? Because you're a channel. You really are part of the source. That's pretty good news, isn't it? We are the source. Holy cow. Let's take a break. Go to lunch. Or whatever's coming up. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have a very brief ceremony to break the silence. We've just completed 2.5, 2 3/4 hours, whatever it is, gone to eat and come back in here. So I'm going to ask you all to stand directly behind your chairs. And we've spent a lot of this weekend talking about our own egos. So I want us to break the silence by saying something to our own egos. And I want us to say it to that part of us that we love. It's part of us. So we want to say these words very lovingly, but very firmly. I want you to imagine that you're playing with your dog, and he's got a hold of the end of the rope, and he's growling, and you pull, and you pull, and you pull, and he just loves it. But it's time to go for a ride in the car. And you want him to let go. And you start and you go, Rover, let go. Let go, boy. Come on, let go. And he isn't letting go. And so we say it louder and louder, but lovingly. We love this dog. And finally, we get firm, and we just go. And he lets go. He knows we mean business, but that we still love him. And I want us all, as loud as we feel like issuing this loving command to our own ego, to tell it to let go. Let go of our lives. You weren't supposed to have it in the first place. So just picture that, and as loud and as earnestly and as sincerely, on the count of 3, say the 2 words, let go. 1, 2, 3. Let go! Have a seat. We're going to take a 10-minute break, chit-chat. We're going to do all that, but I have to confess something first. I did not make, through the entire period, being silent, and it's George Dunn's fault. About a half hour into it, I decided to walk by his car to admire it one more time. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I came over and I was just captivated by it. It looks like it's brand new. For the first time, I saw the license plate, which says, "Do-wah." And I looked and I just went, "Do-wah?" So I just wanted to get that off my chest. Let's just visit for 10 minutes and then we'll have the 2 maestros. Okay, Lee. It's on. Okay. We've had our break, and I want to now come to the part on the program that says 2 maestros. And I got the idea for the title from a movie that I saw that was an Argentine movie called Tango. And in Argentina, that's the national craze. You know, the best tango dancer is like the best football player here. You know, and the kids start when they're this little. And they take something incredibly complex and make it look simple, which is the real art form. To take a dance, and life sometimes has been called a dance. And in the opening scene, they're in a nightclub, and there's the music and the band, and the owner is running around talking to all the VIPs that are there. And he goes by this elder gentleman, and he whispers in his ear, and the elder gentleman nods yes. And then he goes up, and he gets silence, and he says to the crowd, "I've asked the maestro if he will honor us with a dance." And you watch this awesomely and see how simple it is, and you're just struck with the beauty of the simplicity. And we've got 2 dancers tonight. And I've been struck with how hard they are seeking to make this simple. I relate to both of them, and and we're all trying to do that, and we're frustrated in our search for the ultimate simplicity in this dance of life, if we use this analogy tonight. And so the first, they're each going to do 30-minute dances, and the first of our dancers, and both of them are dear friends, is Scott Redmond from California. Come on up, Scott.
All right. I want to thank Sandy for asking me to dance tonight. And I'm just overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed for the weekend. I've been running retreats for 10 years, and this is the first one I've ever been on, which is a little pathetic. I've been running these and conducting these and doing these for a long time, and I've never been a participant. And I'm getting a chance to participate this weekend. The silence that we just did was an absolutely profound experience for me. I felt an incredible intimacy to the men who I was silent next to. It's incredible to me how much I use language to keep people away from me. It's just astounding to me, and I was shocked by it, by the depth of it. And then there are a couple of people who I just couldn't even go near because we just can't stop talking to each other. Steve passed me and just went, and Brent and I too. We really soak it up when we're together. I'm here with this incredible group of men. Bob and Sandy have had profound impacts on me, and it has nothing to do with them. God's just played a song through them that I've been able to hear in a really big way, and both of them have changed my life, and I know it's not them. I know it's not them. For me, it's them, And how many times in Alcoholics Anonymous, a guy tells you your favorite speaker, his favorite speaker, and it's a speaker that you have, when he talks, you just want to see a wrecking ball sweep through the room and just take the guy away. It's just the worst speaker. People are just, should be throwing nooses over the rafters while the guy's talking. And long ago, I learned in AA to not say to the guy that he didn't like the speaker, was to say, oh, well, you got that song played to you that way. I was overwhelmed with what Sandy did with the exercises. It's a terrible thing what has been done to men through early separation from mothers and all this stuff and being told to shape up and buck up and act like a man. And I want to tell you, I think it's horseshit. I'm the father of 2 men, and every time I've done that with them, I've squandered their time and their energy. I've helped neither one of them be a man in that way at any time, I can honestly tell you. And so when somebody gets exposed or somebody acts in a way that could be marked feminine or the worst, because as a man, I'm not afraid of shame. I'm shame-phobic. To be humiliated or embarrassed or ashamed is the worst moment you could possibly have. When I got smashed in the face by a baseball, my mom came out to help me, and through gritted teeth I said, "Get out of here. Get out of here." And you know what? That probably wasn't the worst thing to say to her, because I was going to pay a terrible price for that. And I got to tell you, I'm in AA. I don't have to pay a price for that. I don't have to pay a price for it. I am a part of the connective tissue of Alcoholics Anonymous. This thing that has allowed my alcoholism to be buoyed above the horizon as a real piece of business for 21 years. Not once has it sunk below the horizon and become a complaint. We were talking about that earlier. The things that I've continued to suffer from in AA have been complaints. They remain complaints. My wife acts like her a lot, and exactly like her. So, like, she's got a book, How to Act Like Me, and we were having a conversation, and I finished, I think, 15 of her sentences in a row. And she said to me, "Look, this is what I want to do. I want to take a shot at an entire sentence. And if I run into trouble in the middle of it, I'll indicate, I'll make a sign, and you just jump in and finish that sucker. But if I look like I'm in good shape, let me go through the whole thing. I want to take a shot at a whole sentence." And I have earmarked myself as the non-controlling one, which is really great. It's unbelievable. Our older son, when he graduated high school, elected to not go to college. He elected to go to Chiapas, Mexico, and work with the Zapatista revolutionaries. I felt he made this choice because I didn't seem to be terrified enough. So he went and he did that. And when he came back, my sponsor pointed out to me when I was weeping with terror. And he said to me, he didn't argue with me. He did the thing. They say it in the book over and over. Don't argue with them. Don't argue with them. Make the demonstration, invite them along, and keep going, And he didn't say, it's not scary, because the Mexican military is such a warm, inclusive group of people. He didn't say it's not scary. He didn't say he's not in danger. He was in terrible danger. He said to me, what if this is the greatest thing he ever does? And I would have snatched it back from him. Now, I don't know if it's the greatest thing he'll ever do, but man, he came back from there fully cut cloth. He came back whole. Yeah. And he came back, he was here a couple months, and he started filling out applications to go to undergrad school, which we were very excited about. My wife kind of felt, I think, that he wasn't doing it fast enough, and she was kind of nudging him. And he was 18 at the time, and he looks up at her and he says to her, "Do you actually think that your anxiety benefits me in any way?" And my wife looked at him and went, "I was kind of hoping, it's part of the plan, And it doesn't. And I've been so free of anxiety this weekend, so just willing to be here, allowing myself to be taken care of, willing to listen to the music. Well, I know that isn't this so funny? There's no rest for me in AA if I'm not seeking. There's no rest for me in AA if I'm not seeking. And the guys, through my sobriety, have said, "You're an idiot, shut up, if your lips are moving, you're lying, you don't know anything." For 21 years, I've stayed away from them. And I continue to stay away from them. And it's been a real good thing for me. We started a progressive nursery school some years ago. My wife is a progressive nursery school educator and a member of Al-Anon for some 21 years. And I've watched this sort of greenhouse, this hothouse of love that she's developed, doing so many of the things that we see here, with families being just snatched back from the gates of disaster, and watching her just, I was talking to a guy before. One of the things that's been on the table for me in the last couple of years, and it's a wonderful and at times difficult thing, is to find the line between playing God and being irresponsible. Man, it's tough. It's tough, because I can mandate just about any behavior. If I get granular enough with it and, get enough people going like this, I can charge in. For a long time with men I sponsor, I was so erring on the side of not playing God that I stopped having a lot of very intimate relationships. And I had to take a look at that and go, okay, if I kind of move in the different direction, can I do it not as an instructor, not as a pedant, but as somebody who's really interested in their life, wants to be more involved, wants to go do stuff or hang out or, that kind of thing. And it's been really rewarding. Also, some of the relationships I had didn't make it through that transition. Nothing can stand the light. When you hold it up to the light, it can't stand it. When it's held up to and I also find that once you start telling the truth, you can't stop, which is really annoying. One of the parents at Nancy's school had an idea for a logo for the school for the artwork for the stationery. And he came back to her with something I thought was really benign and very sweet. It was a rendering of the children during dress-up, wearing wizards' hats and all this stuff that they put on. And my wife said, absolutely, there's no way I would ever use this. And the guy said, why? And I said, you're intruding in their most intimate moment. You're exposing them in the flashpoint where they trust enough and feel comfortable enough to give themselves over to this thing. She said, and the guy's kind of like going like this now, and she said, I might as well take a picture of you talking to your therapist and publish it on your stationery. And it was so interesting to me, because when someone breaks anonymity or there's crosstalk, I feel that there's a disruption in the most intimate moment, About 20 months ago, I had a back thing that was bugging me for a long time, and it's just again, one of the things I loved about what Sandy did is we have a disease. I mean, I don't know how many times I've heard it. It's mental, physical, and spiritual, and I let go of the physical a lot. I pay a lot more mind to the mental and the spiritual than anything else. And the result for me was I thought I had a back problem, and 20 months ago, my wife and I are sitting in a doctor's office. I got to tell you what happened before this. My back problem was bad. I was on a trip with Steve, and I couldn't do anything, and I went to the doctor, and I go into this doctor's office, and they take a picture of my spine, and I'm with this Russian woman who's got a heavy Russian accent, and she takes a picture of my spine, and she puts it in the light box, and she's looking at it, which it's completely incomprehensible to me, and she looks at it in this heavy accent, and she goes, "Oh, no." I said, "Oh, no? What do you mean, oh, no? What does that mean?" And she said, "Disc gone. No disc gone." And I said, "Well, how does such a thing happen?" And she said, "Bad luck?" So I go and I see the doctor, and a doctor doesn't even ask my name. He says, "We're going to open you up from the front, put your vital organs to the side, and have a cardiologist there, make sure you stay alive, work directly into the spine, we'll get some, cadaver bone that, and by now I'm going, la, 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 la. I goes through this whole thing, and I'm like going, I'm going to make a mental image of this because I'm never going to see you again, man. And I went, "Thank you." I gathered all my stuff. At any rate, another doctor a couple months later, and he puts my stuff in the box. My wife's standing there, and I'm standing there, and he said, "You're on the brink of losing the use of your legs and having kidney failure." And then he asked me this thing that was awful and very embarrassing and wound up being very good for me. He said to me, "How did you let yourself get so sick?" I'm 20 years into this deal. I spend a lot of my time with other guys. I would never let a guy get that sick, or I would certainly never sit by quietly while a guy got that sick. Why was it okay for me to get that sick? And so much of the work that we've done this weekend, so much of the song that we've sung, and it's such a dangerous thing. It's something that I was so... I'm glad I was reticent to look at it for a long time in AA. I'm one of those guys that didn't put himself on his 9-step amends. A lot of guys do. I have no problem with guys who do. I've been very scared about this thing of taking care of myself. Very scared by it. Very reticent to do it. When a guy I sponsor says he's working on himself, I want to go, "Step away from yourself. Step away from yourself, sir." Because it's one drunk talking to himself, and it's not, there's not a lot of novelty there, but this thing, and it's happened this weekend in a way that's very doable for me, very acceptable, to show and express that kind of love for myself. I don't know that I could have done it real new. I was scared. I was just scared. I didn't know how to do it, And so after the doctor asked me that question, and I sat down and I had to write some resentments against myself for being embarrassed and for not doing that, and resentment against my wife for accusing me of faking pain for 10 or 15 years, although I judge no woman. I did give her a hard look, and she did hang her head a little bit. And the fact was I didn't bring the whole package. I didn't bring the whole package. I grew up in a situation where you just didn't ask for help, and if you did, boy, you really it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And if you were really badly injured, you got taught a lesson, and it wasn't good. So to bring the whole package would, for me, to be as loving as I am to you, as I tend to be with you. I took so much pleasure in our forgiveness exercise the other day. I loved when he talked about moving this person from the head to the heart. I can't kill people when they're in my heart. I don't think people murder other people. I think they murder objects. I think they have to be stripped of their humanity before you get to march people into the showers. I don't think that happens people on people. I think that happens people on objects when they get vilified, when they get objectified and compartmentalized. And I know that I've done that, in my own way. So I wasn't able to pull back. Eckhart Tolle, who's one of the people we've been talking about this week and made references to, and another great spiritual teacher Bob took me to named Anthony DeMello, talk about being the watcher, taking a step back and doing self-examination. And it's a lovely thing. I've taken it pretty far with some of the guys I sponsor. One of the guys I sponsor called, he was vilifying himself for being an idiot. He's got this new job. It's a high-tech job. He's got to email this thing out. So we talked about being the watcher and pulling back and taking a look at that. And then we came up with that he would email it to himself. He'd be the watcher and see what, if he opened the email and went, what a jerk, what a moron. Why did we, and it's so funny when we get into that state. I said to the guy, I'm sure your company went down a list of guys and said, of all the people we know, I think this guy could wreck the company. Let's get him on board. He could really put us into crapper. Let's get this guy, give him good benefits, and get him signed up. And I had to, once I was able to say, oh boy, poor sweet Scott, you just don't know how to do this. You have to be mindful of the fact that you don't know how to ask for help. You don't get to not ask for help. Not because you think you deserve it. If we wait till you think you deserve it, we might be really old. Although that might happen, but don't stop waiting for that. Take care of yourself as you would one of your brothers, one of your sisters, one of these men who you love, one of these guys who you've seen come in looking like they've been shot out of a cannon and put, and put a life together. That incredible thing that we see, when we see that thing in the guy's eyes, and particularly, it's so thrilling when you are with a guy who actually understands the gravity of the opportunity that's been afforded him. Man, that is incredible. That is mind-blowing. And sometimes it happens early on, and it's really fun, and sometimes it happens later on. And one of the things I'm so pleased that I've allowed myself to do is I love our literature, I love our program, I've been involved diligently for a long time, and I do know another one of the teachers that we've got on the table is a guy named Alan Watts, and he wrote a book called The Book. If you haven't read it, it's really a fantastic book. And in it, he talks about something that as a father is very meaningful to me, and as a friend it's meaningful to me. He says, what's the book you'd like to give your kid? If you could give your kid one book, you give the person you love one book. And he says, I'd like it to be the book that's the gateway to all the other books. I'd like it to be the doorway, the conduit, the tunnel. I believe for me at this point, I know it because it's happening to me, that the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous is the gateway to all the other books. And it hasn't diminished my experience of the steps, my ability to apply them and teach them and share them. It's absolutely enhanced it. And something I've seen I've experienced it, and I've seen it appear with many people later in sobriety, particularly those who have had a drink, is they go over and over the same material until it falls apart in their hands, until it feels like a mouthful of dust, until it just feels like that's all there is. And Sandy said it earlier, he quoted Jung, and it's a beautiful idea that a spiritual experience is not enough. That if that spiritual experience is not then taken to a spiritual community that can be the shepherd of that can help reinvigorate it and reignite it, that of itself is of itself. And every time, I've gone through periods in AA where people didn't do the inventory the way I thought it should be done, and I became over-sober for a period of time. And over-sober is ugly. It's ugly. It was ugly on me, and it's ugly when I see it. And I know for me, I believe that I know what's wrong with the world. That the illusion of separateness is killing us. I don't know if it'll eventually kill us. I have high hopes. Some people say, well, why bring a kid up today? And my response is, there's never been a better time. When was a better time? The 1400s? That was great. When was a better time? 1939? When was a better time? There's never been a better time. You know, the danger is become more franchised. It's not, you know, there's nothing we can hit out of the park with a bat. And I don't think there's ever been a better time to be part of a spiritual community. And I've felt this at times. I know that we have no monopoly on spiritual experience and spiritual development. I also know that the 12-step approach, and to be free as possible of resentments, fears, and sexual misconduct, if you can do that, if you can try to apply that, if you can move closer to your Creator so that He'll reveal Himself to you, that this is an incredible way of life. Some years ago, my family and I got really scared and really beat up. We were at the epicenter of the Northridge earthquake. And I had an incredible experience after the quake. A woman at an out-of-town AA conference came up to me and said, I'm so glad God got us out of LA before the quake. And I said, oh, so He likes you. He likes you, but we're crap, but He likes you. And she said to me, well, I guess He just felt you had some lessons to learn. And I have no interest in staying sober in that world. I have no interest in staying sober in a world where I've got a God saying, get him, get the Redmond boy. No evacuation plan for you, Jew boy. Get him, get him. Get him. Turn his wife to salt, kill his goat, put a finger in his eye. Get him. It's like God is some deranged game show host, you know. It's boils for you. We'll key your car. You're due for a rash, right? And you'll figure it out. There's a reason. You'll figure it out later on. For me, to anthropomorphize God, to lend a personality and an intention to God, I believe that the word God for me is so woefully inadequate to express what we're talking about. You know, and when that happens, when I'm being taught a lesson, it's a very tiny world. It's the way I came in Alcoholics Anonymous, like a very tiny, very painful paper cut. Something very small and very, very hurtful. My son Micah and my son Jesse were injured terribly from growing up in an alcoholic family. And as our book talks about, the recovery for them, as the recovery for all of us, has been extraordinary. It's been fraught with difficulties, with Zapatistas and all sorts of adventures and different stuff. I said to Micah when he was 15, I said, the biggest difference between you and I right now is you're willing to die for what you believe in, and I'm not willing to die for what you believe in. When he was about 19, he was babysitting for this couple on the program, and the guy said to him, what do you think of your dad talking in AA? And Micah said, I'm not a member. I'm happy for him, but I don't really care. He said, all I can tell you is since I'm a very, very little boy, the men and women of Alcoholics Anonymous and Al-Anon have taken very, very good care of me, and never once has any of them demanded that I believe what they believe. Wow. I mean, what an incredible shining star in the midst of so much spiritual propriety, so much ownership. This illusion of being separate. And as the ice has fallen away from my heart, one of the things I really experienced during the silence today was feeling like I was holding my kids. Just really feeling like I was holding my kids. And I need to call them both and tell them that I'm sorry for when I rushed them, and I'm grateful for when I didn't. I really am. I really am sorry for when I rushed them. And I'm so grateful because I know sometimes I didn't, So if this is your first retreat or your 80th retreat, I just, thanks for being my brother and thanks for sharing this real incredibly intimate time. It's great to finally go on a retreat. And now I know why all these people have liked it all of this time. So I love you all very much. Thank you.
I guess you all understand why I was so much looking forward to the first dancer. And he's further away, and I don't get to see him as often, but we talk on the phone a lot. And our second one is somebody that I spend a lot of time with, and we've done a lot of dances together. I'm not sure who's leading.
I am.
You're going to give the humility talk, okay. I may be old, but I'm not slow. I can't tell you how much I love this man. I just can't. It's just wonderful. This is my dear friend from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Bob Bazans.
St. Paul. We don't want to give Minneapolis that reputation.
I'm from St. Paul. Yeah. This has really been very nice. And when I said who leads, Sandy leads. One of the things I've always loved in AA, and many of those of us I think that are active do, is you want to be around the big guys, the guys that have more sobriety, and Sandy was one of those men for me. And the idea that I'm able to share stuff with him today is a thrill. A minor resentment. I was asked to give a talk at an AA group in Las Vegas last weekend, and I was looking forward to it. And then I got bumped because Sandy came. And they said, well, it's Sandy's birthday, which was Friday. My birthday was Sunday. I mean, I thought... what I like best about Sandy, and he's made a big difference for me the last couple of years especially, and what I think most of us are experiencing this weekend, he has an intellect and a gift for language that is astounding. Some of the men who have been the most important people in my life in AA are storytellers, be it Chuck or Bob White from Texas. They were. And because so many of the things we really talk about you really can't contain in language, storytellers convey something that most of us can't convey, especially when we're using our intellect. And we are an oral society. I mean, we have shared, almost everything we do, we tell by story. And Sandy's, one of the best at that. What I like in addition to what he does is there's a gentleness this weekend. There's no agenda. If I would have scheduled this thing, I would have thought that I should have talked twice as much as Sandy's talking this weekend. That's just the way my head worked. Regardless of that, I could not fill the time effectively. I just would have... we would have gone for quantity, and... it's... and I have this split thing. the thing that is clear to me when I listen to him, and the thing that Vernon and I were talking about, that is, when Sandy talked about God is loving you when you're sinning, boy, I mean, do I need to wood burn that on my forehead? I mean, it is, because I don't believe that, or I mean, not bone deep, I don't believe that. And I need to believe that. I think some of the changes that we have to make later in sobriety, we need compassion. None of us are missing insight. None of us are missing information. None of us are probably even missing what to do. I mean, if you've got 3 or 4 or 5 years and you've been a fairly serious member of Alcoholics Anonymous, you know, that old thing that I sometimes do when someone comes over to the house and dumps the load is I say, quiet down, close your eyes, pretend I came to your house and dumped the same load. You know, tell me what to do. They always know. You know, but usually none of us have the power to do it. And Scott, so cruelly at lunch today, pointed out something to me that I said to him a few years ago, which I think is really unkind, because right now I'm not able to do it effectively, and he is, you know, so it's kind of nah. In the world of spirituality, I'm probably an 8 handicap, and lately I've been playing to about a 23. And that's the way life is. You just, you know, it's just the way life is. You get periods of time where you're more on top of your game. The good news is that sometimes when you're playing to a 23, you're more focused and you know you need more help. There's a little of that in the midst of it. I have this dual thing when I listen to Sandy. I am as stimulated as I could possibly be. He's putting into words things that I've been trying to put into words for a while, and he's doing it better with a little bit more clarity than I have been able to do. Vernon, my friend from Naples, was supposed to be together last week, and his mother died, and he was telling me about his dad, and he mentioned that his dad's actually kind of doing better than Vernon, you know, or he's more stoic, or he's more accepting. And what I said to him is, I said, the previous generation was more accepting. They were not surprised when difficult things happened to them. Okay, our society has changed so much. The environment in which we live. When I came in AA in '67. The world supported recovery. Today, it supports addiction. I mean, in every kind of classical way. We have just, you know, in my father's generation, people might buy a house for $15,000 and live in it for 40 years. Raise your hand if anybody wants to do that in this room. I mean, that is not today what we do. You know, they'd buy a car and drive it for 10 or 12 years, and they get a new car. It was a very big deal. You know, for those of us that can afford it, we don't want to do that. You know, it's 2 or 3 years, and it is. We have become so, you know, we measure ourselves. I'm a deeply shallow materialist. You know, we are what we have and buy. You know. I mean, we are inundated with television, you know, and by commercialism. And the message of commercialism is you're not okay. I mean, you'd be okay if you had the right watch, the right car, the right house, the right body, the right money, the right job, the right kids, but you're not okay the way you are. I mean, and it's subtle. I mean, they are doing studies right now on odors. You know, they put certain odors in stores that they think stimulates buying. I mean, the level of sophistication to get us in the game to buy, which is what the agenda of the ego, what he's talking about, the ego is into wanting. It's a wanting machine. And the thing that we need to know about that, it is insatiable. It is not only a wanting machine, it has no condition of satisfaction. It is an endless black hole. You can throw... I got a buddy that just had a kind of a midlife crisis recently, and a lot of the guys in the room are about the age where some of us might have a midlife crisis, which is what? And in some ways, it's the 50, late 40s to early 60s guy who realized that he hasn't climbed all the mountains he wanted to climb. And the mountains he has climbed have not made the difference that he thought they'd make when he climbed them. And your life feels somewhat hollow at that point. The message everywhere in the world today is the answer is external. And if you're suffering, something's wrong. You've done something wrong. Life should not be difficult. Life should be easy, which, if you read Scott Peck's book, the first line of the book is life is difficult, and most of us don't want to be in relationship with that statement. The religion of today is psychology. We want to know more about how we feel and get insight into, this rat race that is going on in our heads. Psychology is not deep enough to answer the questions. As Sandy so wonderfully put, our problem is separation from God. One of the boats of mythology that has carried the fundamental message of man is the fall of man. And most people who today try to relate that, Adam and Eve, the fall of man, that's mythical story that we have in our Bible. That fall was a separation from God. And I really believe that that is the mythical story, and we're trying to get back. It's a journey. And if there's anything I've discovered over the last number of years that has consoled me, and I have difficult, sometimes I'm more consolable than others, is it's a journey of coming home. It's not a journey of becoming anything you are not. The process of finding God is becoming who you truly are inside. So most of us, if you were to take, the people I know in the room, I look around at you, and our wise brothers and sisters and bosses would say, God, you're so different. You're not like that same man at all when you came in here. But most of us know we're the same guy. We're actually becoming more who we have always been than becoming something different. When I first came in, I wanted to become the people who I was, my sponsor, other people that excited me, which has not happened. I'm coming home. And the thing I like about that is that seems more accomplishable than the other agendas I have. I have the other noise in my head. I have this deep noise in my head that I'm not okay and it's not okay. I don't know where I got it. I don't know whether it was my church, or society, or whatever the hell it is, but that's my mantra. I have this, thought going through my head when I'm not careful. I'm not okay, and it's not okay. And that's not okay. If there's one, I really am tired of that ego-based thought that grabs me as I go through. I really am about as tired as that as I could possibly be. It eats into my gratitude and it eats into my joy. I don't know if it was Sandy that said it or the book. Oh, Sandy in his handout, it said, if you're not joyful, you've got the wrong belief system. If the system that you're working on and the faith that you're operating under is not producing some happiness and joy, take a look at how you're doing it, because those are the fruits of contact and relationship with the God of your understanding. A lightness that a lot of us have trouble maintaining. The process to finding God is a process of removal. Sandy's going to talk about tomorrow, I think, when he talks about all we ever do in Alcoholics Anonymous is let go. I believe that we have no place to go, that we are intact, whole, and complete, that we were a perfect sphere, perfect crystalline magnetic sphere that got dragged through the junkyard of life. And when we showed up at Alcoholics Anonymous, it was about this tall, full of metal crap that it had picked up going through the junkyard of life. And that in the process of inventory and in the process of surrender, we pry piece by piece off of that big ball. And somewhere along the line, a little ray of light escapes, from the perfect sphere that's in the middle. And little by little, we keep removing some of that to come to the essence of who we are. My spiritual advisor said, I remember the first time I went to EST, which was a self-actualization program that probably you people on the West Coast are even more familiar with than I. And I over a period of 7 or 8 years, I did some work on this. I remember I went to a thing, and a guy said to me, he said, "You are God." Said that in the room, and I'm a Catholic, and that was one of the most offensive things I'd ever heard. I know who God is. I know what he looks like and where he lives, and, you know, he's our guy. And but a few years ago, 10 years ago or something like that, my spiritual advisor said, "You are God. Everything you are is God." Now, you're not everything God is. But he said, if I took a cell out of your hand, he said, everything that cell is would be Bob Bazan's. Now, that cell is not everything Bob Bazan's is. And I believe, you know, different faiths have used different words that were made in the image and likeness of God. And don't most of us, when we're at meetings or when we're doing this sort of thing, when you hear stuff, don't you feel like you've just known it all your life? Some man said once that there's an idea that no one can learn what they don't already know. And I don't know if that's true, but don't you get the sense when people say something in AA is just kind of the right thing that floated through the meeting? Your soul just kind of goes, oh, yeah. Now, you've never had that thought. You've never, as a piece of information, it was not something that you had access to. And you just know. You just know. It's so. It's, you know, I mean, there's a knower. And when we plug in to our contact with the power greater than ourselves, we're plugging into the mainframe. I mean, most of us have been walking around with a handheld computer, you know, with a little blueberry, you know, thinking we're, you know, so we're checking that, and that's our, you know, that's our brain, you know, walking around. And what we really want is our intuition. We want a different access. And intuition gets to, it includes thinking, but it's heart connected, it's mainframe connected. There's a way of knowing in that place that is not just intellectual. So it seems like we have a choice. When your ego and intellect are in charge, you've got this 16-year-old kid who's kind of running the show, and it feels different, it feels separate, and it has an agenda. It wants to be right, make other people wrong. It wants to dominate and avoid domination. It wants to avoid pain and seek pleasure. And it's, you know, and there's a lot of subcategories that go in that, and that's its agenda. And when we're God-centered, as Chuck, we talked a little bit about Chuck this weekend. One of my favorite things about Chuck, a couple of favorite things, but one of the things is he said you can either have a self-centered life and suffer the consequences, or you can have a God-centered life and suffer the consequences. And when you have a God-centered life, and when you're plugged in, it's okay. It's a different context. As Sandy so beautifully talked about, it looks different. Everything looks different. And it's so different that you can physically see the change in people. I mean, you're working with a new guy, somewhere in the first month or 2 months or something like that, he's not the same person. The light comes on in the eyes. Not the same person. He physically looks different than the way he looked before. I think some of the men in this room, when they go home, are going to look different than the way they did before they came in this room. I really believe that there's going to be some letting go, some release, some sort of contact with the thing. My spiritual advisor has been kind of haranguing. I went to him 12, I don't know, quite a few years ago and asked him to be my director, and he's asked me what I wanted, and I said I wanted to be less materialistic and more loving. And within about a year and a half, I went through bankruptcy. I lost enough money to burn a wet elephant, and it was a very, very, very tough time. And I thought I was dying through that process, and I had to learn who I was with money and without money, and it was a very tough time. We laugh about that today. I would not trade the lesson that I got through that process for the money, you know. And today, money is still one of my main issues. I've got 4 or 5 issues that I don't do very well with. And it seems like we leak in the same place. It's like a hernia or something. Like we have the stomach, the muscle wall isn't, it's going to be weak. It isn't like you can't get over it, and it isn't like you can't deal with it. But we have a tendency. If you're a man who is significantly angry, that may be something that you might have to have an eye on once in a while throughout your entire life, just because of your personality. It will not dominate your life or do that. And one of the things I said to my spiritual advisor, and I don't know if it's true, and I'm trying to, I said, look, you're 75 or 8 years old, 72 years old. I said, a lot of this stuff is easy for you to say. You don't work. Your kids are gone. I'm not joking. I mean, and it was really kind of a confrontive, not very nice thing to say. I mean, and what he's saying to me is, you're right. Your work is absolutely in your way. He said, it is more difficult for you because of the work you do to live a spiritual life. And it may be because I do it so poorly, but there is a sense of conflict. There is a sense of high velocity. There is a sense of pressure. There is a sense of, and if you're still raising children, which is if you're under 70, I mean, kids don't leave the house today till they're in their mid-40s. I mean, that's a demanding game, baby. I mean, I look at my son. Scott, we share, with Jesse and Mike, we have 3 boys that are in recovery, and such a blessing. And but if you are active with children, there's a dynamic that is, pretty demanding. I always said, having kids like having a bowling alley installed in your head. It is, I think it takes 125% of whatever you have to raise children. It's one of the great privileges of life. But it's a pretty scary process. It's a process that takes great sacrifice, and it's a process that demands more than you're often willing to give, and sometimes more than you have to give, as does marriage, as does your anything for a lifetime, your relationship with Alcoholics Anonymous. So us older guys, I think, are more interested generally in spirituality and God. That just doesn't have to do with age. There's a lot of old guys that aren't. But one of the reasons, Hindus divide their life into quartiles. The first quartile is that of a student. Second quartile is that of a householder, work and building your business. Third quartile is leaving the householder. And the fourth quartile is that of a sannyasi. They take a vow of poverty. They have to have their wife's permission to do that, and chastity, and they leave and they spend the last 20 years of their lives being free to simply be with the power of their understanding. And so for a lot of us who are different quartiles of life, the demands on us are greater. But most of the guys in this room at some level are seekers, or we wouldn't be in this room. And I think if you want something that's going to bring some relief to us in the process of the stress that we're under, be it raising children or doing a business, and today we need a context in which to experience our lives. Part of what's missing today is there is, for many people who are not churched and are not as integrated, they do not have a context to know what kind of men they want to be in their own lives. They would not know how to answer that question. So when I'm working at the sober house, when I'm holding meetings, a lot of these guys, their context is the next day and a half. It is not, they do not have a big box. They're bricklayers. They're not building a cathedral. And if you can somehow broaden that to say what you're going to do, but in the big picture, and try to give them some sort of sense. And this is where I think I've cheated some of the men that I've sponsored in some ways. But when Sandy talked about, you have to some extent, get into the spiritual aspect of it to create the context which brings, as Bill talks about, which brings meaning to the process. Because sobriety is not enough. It's just not enough. I mean, hell, most of us are working pretty damn hard. We've been sober for a considerable period of time. We know it's also mental and emotional. We're doing the very best we know how. And for many of us on a day-to-day basis, it's not enough. So there's only one place that we're going to find the peace that surpasses understanding. The peace that's not in the world. The peace that's not in our head. The wisdom that other men don't have. And that's in a relationship. That's gaining access to the mainframe. That is contacting the God of our understanding. It is a way of knowing that is different than the way of knowing that we generally do anything else. Today, in our world, there is no mystery. I mean, when you look at the pornography today, I mean, there's no illusion. It's just a stark presentation, which it's pretty stark. In life, in every way, the games that kids play, we have ratcheted up every possible aspect of life to an unsustainable level, and it's assaultive. I mean, there's no censorship anymore. I mean, it is not. There is if you want to have a flag or a cross on the flag of San Bernardino or something, but there's no censorship anyplace else that we know. So the advantage that we have. And Sandy, when Scott talked about other books, reading other books, I went through when Dr. Bob's daughter Sue, when I went down to Akron and I went through Dr. Bob's library, was loaded with the sort of books that Sandy has in the back that we're talking about reading. I ended up with 7 or 8 books of Dr. Bob's from his son Bob, and one of the books is Bill is sending Bob for Christmas Jung's book, Man in Search of His Soul, and he says, "Hey, Smitty, read this, great stuff." It is, and Bill's library was the same thing. They were searchers. But Jung, I think I may be stealing this from Sandy. Jung, when he talked about being able to maintain, so we talk about maintaining our spiritual condition, that our sobriety and our recovery is based on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. And I think it was Jung, one of those guys, talked about the spiritual condition is very difficult, if not impossible, to maintain unless you are in a society that supports it. Okay? And we are in such a society. It is astounding. One of the things that's so astounding, I don't know when the hell I started talking. Leaving ideally, 5 minutes? One of the things that is so wonderful about us, Christians talk about we're sinners. But as soon as you really start getting your life together and maintain, the ego starts to get kind of superior about what it knows, and pretty soon they're arguing about theology, the correct interpretation of the book, which we do in Alcoholics Anonymous. For the first time, and when I came in, there were very few people that would hold that book up and make you feel like you were lame if you didn't understand it at the level that they understood it. I mean, if some of those guys showed up in an AA meeting from the 60s, and people throw him the hell out of the meeting, I think. I mean, it's just, who does this man think he is, that he, thinks he's an expert? Because the book's about living life. Does anybody have the arrogance to stand up in a room like this and say, I'm an expert on living life? I mean, I'm an expert on spiritual awakening. I'm an expert. I'm a fifth level expert in a relationship with a power greater than myself. I mean, one of the reasons we never have arguments about the steps. Have you ever been it's extraordinary because we argue about everything else. We argue about the traditions because we have reduced them to rules. We don't often see them as principles. But the steps, almost no one has the arrogance to say, I know. If we use the steps like the traditions, we'd say, what the hell are you doing buying a new car? You haven't finished your amends. I mean, that's not allowed. You can't do that. I mean, we'd have, be clear about this. We would, have that. And the thing that I think saves our society, because we are a group of rough and tumble, flawed people, is that we share our experience. I don't know where you would go to get a combination of grace, of wisdom, and common sense that you get in our fellowship. There are places that have the grace, and there are places that have the wisdom. But our tradition of having to share only our experience brings an authenticity, brings an integrity to what we say. And we have one of the great BS monitors in AA. There's just something, we can just hear it. When a guy's talking a little bit above his experience or outside what is really his, you can sense it. Now, almost all of us do that when we first start giving AA talks. We borrow stuff from Sandy or we borrow stuff from Chuck. I mean, that's, But I'm talking about you can just sense in a room, and we can sit in a room even for an awkward talk that isn't very good, and if it has integrity and it's who that person is, no one gets particularly, but we're with that person and it's just fine. If we get too heady, it's not fine. Last week I tried to give a talk, and it was just, my body stayed in the room and whatever should have been with it left. I mean, it is just, and if you're going to give 100 talks, you're going to have 2 or 3 like that. You're just going to, and you will be able to know and sense the difference while you're doing it, okay? And so we really need each other. We are almost like a large organism. It's almost like we're cells in a body, and that we function and have different things. We clean up different aspects of it, little chemical tests that we do and that we go on, and we help ourselves as a body be healthier than we would be in any sense of the word if we were alone. We don't do well alone. I can do things with someone that I just, I can clean the garage if someone would come over and talk to me. I just can't clean it if no one's there. My wife has been on my ass to clean the bedroom, and I think I'm going to have to invite a sponsee over. It is just, but more than anything else, I want to say that none of us are going to be able to walk out of here and do this perfectly. Our ability to understand the discussion we're having this weekend is different for each one of us. It's kind of like a sex education lecture that's given to an entire high school and the upper 3 grades of grade school. The 5th graders are going to hear it differently than the seniors in high school. So there's a little bit about where we are in our recovery. There's a little bit about how we are as searchers. There's a little bit about, it has to do with personality, and it has to do with maybe a little bit with our backgrounds. But everybody walked out of here knowing a couple of things. That what we're looking for is internal, not external. What we're looking for, we already have. And if there would be one thing that I would like to say, and it is who we are at our essence. And when we contact that, and all of us contact it in moments at meetings, in moments during talks, at moments walking in the woods, what Rollo May talked about as unitive moments, where there's a feeling of peace and joy that is just astounding. That is available to all of us. And that is the foundation, that is what we're looking for. So the sense of dis-ease that we have, which I love that word because that's what we have. We have a dis-ease. The sense of dis-ease we have is due to the separation from who we are in the essence of our very being. And just to the extent, if we would know that, and keep our focus on that, and you're going to lose that focus. I go days sometimes with forgetting who I am and what my business is. But more than I ever have in my life, I'm connected, and when I feel myself and see myself out of sort, I catch myself up. You see it when the unworkability comes into your life. It is the universe and God saying to you, it's not working, we're not connected, something's wrong. And most of us we want a different messenger, and we don't want that message. So I want to thank Sandy for what he's created here, because it's very special. What I love about it is that it's loving and it's gentle and it's right on. God bless. Thanks.
Of the Far Corners weekend, I can't tell you how happy I am that everybody's here. It's been like forming a new family, and I know I'll never forget it. I wanted to thank Scott and Bob for last night. It really was just wonderful to sit back and watch what I saw. And I introduced them using the metaphor of dance, that life is a dance. and that the ability to make it simple is what makes it so beautiful. But what I'd like to ask you to think about is this, that when we saw them up there last night, they were not the dancers. They were the dances. You go, what is that? What we saw was God doing the Scott Redman. And then God did the Bob Bazans. And when you see that dance, that's really worth seeing. That's the one where you're not there. And God can dance through you, or speak through you, or just have His energy flow through you, or have His light flow through you. So what we're doing this weekend is trying to awaken to other ways of seeing things that are right in front of our own eyes. So we've deliberately tried to provide alternative language, which is inadequate, but it is a way of attempting to share a different vision. And you go, yeah, that is what I saw. And we've had a lot of analogies of the drama, the play, and the sailing the vessel across the sea, and the drama of life. And today we're going to be in the game of life. Life's been called all these various things. But before I get there, I want to tell you the end of the drama. We had a thing where Shakespeare said that the world's a stage and we're but players on it. I already know the ending. You've been wondering, well, how does the drama end? How does this thing, we've assembled all these characters that wouldn't ordinarily mix. We got one of everything. And we've got stories that are it's just amazing. We got the child molesters, the corporate raiders, the mother haters, the swearers, the filth, the thieves, the liars, the ragers. I mean, we got everything. And so you kind of wonder, well, out of this crowd, who gets to make it? You know what I'm saying? Who gets to go to the third dimension or the fourth dimension? Who gets to see the ultimate reality? Who is going to be chosen and who isn't? And it's a happy ending. Everybody gets in. That's the end of the play. Everybody gets in. Well, almost everybody. Jesus, just one guy doesn't get in. The only one. And it's a very misleading guy. I mean, the rapist is out there. Am I going to get in? Yeah. You sorry you did that? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, come on in. But there's this one guy, and he's amazing. When I describe this guy to you, you're going to say, well, why wouldn't he get in? This guy prays a lot. And he's very connected to his higher power. And he expresses gratitude almost constantly. Isn't that something? But why wouldn't that guy? Why would he be the one guy that's left out of the whole deal? And he sits and he contemplates. And he realizes the humanity and how the human race is lost. And the environment is just going down the hill, and the people are killing each other, and there's wars, and it's just disgusting filth, and it's just awful. He has the clearest vision of humanity. And he says to his higher power, God, I'm so glad you let me see this. I am so grateful that you placed me in a position where I can see this in its clarity. You'll never know how grateful I am that I'm not one of them. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you, God. I don't know why you chose me to not be in that filth. I am so grateful to be up here, looking at that depravity and that disgustingness of the human beings all around me. I'm going to pray every night to tell you how happy and grateful I am that I am not one of them. Because what happens at the end of the play, God sends the bus out to collect all the lost sheep. And it honks around. It goes everywhere. Honk, honk, honk. Who's lost? Who's lost? Who wants to go home? Who wants? Me. Me. You going to let that disgusting guy go? Yeah, get on. All right. Everybody. Getting on. Gathered up everybody. And the driver has his instructions. Everybody that's lost gets on this bus. And he gathers up everybody except this one guy. And he goes by and he says, "You want to get on the bus?" "No." "But this is the last bus. If we go, you'll be the only guy left. You're going to be all alone. You're going to be really lonely." "Oh, I'm used to that. I spent a lot of time there. It's really not that bad." "Well, my instructions are that you have to be lost to get on the bus. And I guess technically I can report that I got everybody." And he drove the bus back and poured them all through the gates. And they got welcomed, and it was the happiest day. They're just off for the most wonderful experience. And God said, "You got everybody?" "Yeah, got them all, except one guy." "Really?" "Yeah." "Well, where is he? Did you tell him? "Yeah, but he wanted to stay there." And God said, "Well, I can't rest while there's even one lost sheep out there. And if the sheep won't come to the kingdom, I'll take the kingdom to the sheep." And he took the whole kingdom to this guy. And he said, "Son, hi, Dad, I'm here. Here's the doorway right here. You don't have to stay in there. Just come on in." "No, I'm doing fine, Dad." "Are you sure you're doing fine?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I don't really want to go in." And it turns out there's a third tradition of the kingdom. The only requirement for membership is a desire to be in there. Used to be an honest desire. But that kept out a few guys, so we modified it to just a desire. "Sorry, I just want to stay where I am. I'm fine. I'm not like them." And so God said, "Well, I'm going to put my hand 1 inch away from yours. And I'm going to stay here for as long as it takes. And so if I were to take a picture, if I was an artist, I can just paint pictures with words. I would paint that picture of the one man sitting with God's hand 1 inch away from his, waiting for him to just reach up and touch it. And would be with quoting Everett Dirksen. 10 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years of waiting, 1,000,000 years of waiting. Pretty soon you're up to billions of years. We're talking about real time. So the picture would be up on the wall, and it would have a title, and it would be called Hell. And that's what it looks like. 1 inch away, and all you have to have is the desire to go there. And there's only one thing that keeps you out: pride. Of all the character defects, this one is 99% and all the others total 1%. You know what I mean? Gluttony, envy, rage, lust, anger, rah, 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 rah. They all make a lot of noise. Look, it's disgusting. Blah, blah, blah. No problem. If there isn't the desire, it won't happen. So that's the end of the play. So now we'll go to the game and then we'll go home. Well, I got one little thing I want to give out to Chris at the end of the thing. And then just a 2-minute wrap up. Anyway, if you had a little boy, and you've all done this, and he's in a softball tournament and they make it all the way to the finals, and then they get crushed. They choke. You know what I'm talking about? Nobody gets a hit, 5 errors, they lose 14 zip. I mean, and they were crushing teams. Well, the team goes, they really took it hard, but your son didn't recover from it. You know what I mean? The rest of the guys, 4 or 5 days, now they're back playing, jumping around, chasing the girls, doing all that. But your son is still moping around up in his room. And so you're going to have to cheer him up. You all know what the line is going to be, your punchline. After all, son, it's just a game, right? That's the line. After all, son, it's just a game. And the funny thing is, last night as I was kind of reviewing this thing in my head, I said, just a game. Just a game. And I went, boy, that sounds familiar. It's like drop the cross and drop the rock. 26 years ago, at the International Convention in New Orleans, I was the last speaker on Friday night. I was the speaker from hell. The ceremony lasted 5 hours. I don't know if any guys were there. It was before they got the flag ceremony straightened out, and every country came up on the stage and had something to say. And then the next country had to talk longer, and then Lindy Boggs, the congresswoman from New Orleans, thought she was supposed to give her major speech of 35 minutes, and along about 3 hours, I had to go to the bathroom so bad I couldn't stand it. And so anyway, and by the time it was my turn, 5,000 people had left. I mean, they were bored. And I remembered that I said, well, I'm going to tell the pinball story. The pinball machine. And I tell that every so often. And it went over great. Everybody, ha, 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 ha. I said, yeah, that was great. I told the pinball story. And it was basically that these balls are down in the bottom of the pinball machine, and this is their bar, and this dark, and this is where they hang out. You go, oh boy, give me another one. Yeah. And then a guy comes along with a quarter, drops it in, and it's kind of like the alarm clock going off in the morning, and your wife, get out of bed, get up, and you go, oh shit, here it comes. You know, and then the first guy's over there, boom, he's gone. Oh shit, I'm next. Oh Christ. Oh, I know what's coming. And then here's the plunger, and that's your wife pushing your ass out the door to go to work. The sun is out, it's bright, and oh, fuck, shit. Boom. Okay, here we go, another day. Bam, 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 bam. All I want is get back in that little hole. God, I'll be glad when this day's over. Boom, I'm back in there. Boom. Oh, shit. You're not going to believe the day I had. Oh, give me another. And every so often, somebody would screw up pulling that thing back. You ever do that when you're playing? And you pull it up and that damn thing runs out of steam right here. And it goes, whoo! You don't get any score. It goes, boom! When that happens to a ball, it goes, whoa! More like it. That's more like it. They didn't lay a glove on me out there today. If I had days like that, I wouldn't be complaining. That wasn't bad at all. But guess what happens the next day? You're out there. Oh, the hole, I'm just going to, oh, the flipper. I get to start the whole day over again. I got a guy's a professional. I'm back up for the 15th time. He just set a record with me. Boom. Down he went. Great story, end of story. So now 26 later, I'm telling the story, and I said, God damn, you didn't know the ending. You didn't know the ending of that story. You just knew the beginning. Well, what's the ending? What I just told you. The guy's complaining, and the ball next to him says, hey, it's just a game. It's just a pinball machine. What? It's just a game. What the hell? I know the owner. If I push this button, the owner will come over, okay? So he pushes the button, the owner comes over, lifts up the top. What do you want? This guy doesn't believe it's a game. You don't believe it's a game? Come here. Look at that, asshole. It's a pinball machine. Holy shit. It is a game. Now, what did he have when the owner picked him up and put him up here? An awakening. He had a freaking awakening. So I wonder, what does an awakening look like? Not from the being on the stage or the drama, in the game. The game. And I'll tell you, I think I'm getting close. A lot of things, strange things have been happening to me. I'm seeing stuff I didn't used to see, and trees are doing funny things, and sometimes I see my face as a mask. You know what I mean? I go, holy shit, that's just a freaking mask. There's somebody behind there looking out. Then I go, you're losing it now. Anyway, some things. So I'm imagining, well, what the hell is it going to be like when I see more? This is what I think I'll see. So, making up a story. Don't send me the nut word. I'm just making this up. I'm sitting in Ballast Point. You guys from Tampa know where Ballast Point is. It's a wonderful park, not far from where I live. And down there they have a fishing pier and a perfect view of downtown Tampa. It looks like it's rising up out of the water like Chicago. Have a snack bar. You can get coffee. I can ride my bike down there. And then behind there's picnic tables. There's women with their children. It is just the most peaceful setting. There's some stables across the way. Just wonderful. And I picture myself sitting in there, just thinking, just looking at God's world. And all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I look over, and right in the middle of the park is a door. And on the door it says, exit. I never saw that before. It's got a red neon sign on top. Exit. Yeah, like that sign. Only it's just the door. There's nothing behind it. And I go, God damn, has that been there all along? And I'm walking over and I see people sitting right near it, and it's obvious they don't see it. And I go, well, maybe it's not real. So I walk up to the door and I go around behind it, and it's nothing there. There's no building. There's just the front of the door and the back of the door. But it's in the door frame. And I go, well, I'm going to look like an ass, but I'm going to open the door. You know what I mean? Like, it couldn't go anywhere, but I'm going to open the freaking thing anyway. It says exit. So I open the door, and as soon as I crack it, the light starts coming through. And it's very familiar light. You know what I mean? It's that light that you, just a little crack of it, and you start feeling comforted. And you can't help but just open it all the way, and you're just totally engulfed. It's just like, whoa. And there's no stopping. You just have to walk right in. And that's all there is on the other side is just the light. And it's just like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And you find yourself reaching up, and you've got your hand, and you realize you're reading something in some book that you read that says you'll be walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. And you go, how the heck could I have forgotten this? This is where I've been forever. But it seemed like I wasn't here. I was gone from here. What is all this about? And my Creator said, did you have fun? What? What do you mean? I said, did you have fun? I don't know what you mean. Turn around, look. So I look back. We've walked about 20 yards, and I turn around, look back. There's the door. Only on this side it says entrance. And over the top it says game arcade. That was a game arcade? Yeah. Did you like it? I had to work real hard to build that for you. Actually, it took 6 weeks. Not 6 days. Those glaciers, that's hard. It's hard to get that cold. I hope you enjoyed it. Well, I didn't know it was a game. I told you it was a game when I dropped you off. I said, go play for a while, I'll be back. Well, I was there for 78 years. Seemed like just a couple seconds to me. I just wanted you to have some fun. That's all you were supposed to do there. And I said, well, I've talked to a lot of people, and we used to use the analogy of game. Life's a game. It's a game. And we had different, what are the strategies that you had for the game? Well, we had a whole bunch of them. There was one crowd said, I'm opting out. I see it's a game. Screw you. Boom. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's one way of approaching the game. Oh, there's another crowd, and I see it's a game. I refuse to play it. I ain't playing your game. I'm going out to Nevada and sit on a rock. I refuse to play your game. And I'm the winner. And then there's those that find the game overpowering. They find that it's too complicated. It's too hard. So they try and find maybe drugs, alcohol, just anything. I can't figure it out. I can't understand it. And then there's those who decide that what you have to do is play it to the hilt. You play this game, and you're going to win no matter what. And you devote your entire energy, and you achieve, and you got money, and you got power, and you got wealth, and you finally get there, and you go, there. I played the game till I died. I'm the winner. And God said, no. Winning the game of life would be to realize that it's a game. That's the only way to win, is to become aware. It's just a game. But God, it looks so real. I mean, it's real. All right, let's go back. I know you're having a hard time understanding that it's just a game. So let me give you, here's one of my favorite games. This is one of the favorite things I ever created. I'm going to take you back to the Colosseum. You remember the Colosseum? The ruins are still around. Let's go back there and let me show you. So we go back. We're back there. It's lions versus the Christians. And we're back in the Colosseum. And God said, now watch, here comes the lion, there's the Christian. Watch, I want you to watch, I want you to see this. And the lion comes out. And he comes after the Christian, and he's biting his leg, and the Christian's screaming, oh, God, that hurts. Finally, the lion eats them all up. And now the lion's full, and he's kind of sitting around, so they send the gladiator out to go after the lion while he's full. And the lion doesn't put up a good battle. And the next thing you know, the freaking gladiator has whacked him, and he's out. And they drag the lion off. And the crowd's going, yeah, oh God, I love this, the lion, the Christian, the blah, blah, blah. And then the gladiator fights another gladiator. And pretty soon, his arm is off. Now he's fighting with a knife. And he's got him down, and the emperor, boom! Drag him off. Then the second gladiator eventually gets beat. So the God said, you had enough? You've seen enough? Can you see it? And no, God, it looks awful to me. Well, come on downstairs, backstage. Come on downstairs, backstage. I want to show you backstage. We come down there, and the guy that was playing the Christian is talking to the guy playing the lion. And he said, who the hell taught you how to be a lion? Where did you go? Well, I went to method school. Method? You can't learn lion crap from method acting. Do you know how you're supposed to? Have you ever eaten anybody before? No, I haven't. Well, damn it. You're supposed to bite me right here. I choke to death. Then you eat me, and it doesn't hurt. Did you hear me yelling? My leg. Oh, I thought you were just being... God damn it. What the hell is wrong with you? I can't believe you. Jesus Christ, stay with my friend. So the lion, trying to get even, goes, you tasted terrible. Don't talk to me about taste. That's makeup. I don't have anything to do with taste. Go talk to them. I don't have anything to do with that. Then the two gladiators. Are you the guy that killed me? Yeah. Well, you really screwed up. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Well, I beat you, didn't I? Yeah, well, you beat me because it was in the script. If we just went at it fair to fair and I didn't have to lose, I would kick your butt. But that's not the point. The point is you got us booed. Did you hear the booing when we were out there? You remember the end? You whacked my arm off. I'm with the knife. Finally, you get me down. You put the sword in my thing. You look at the emperor. And the emperor turns to the crowd and he goes, remember that? And he went like that, and the crowd went, yeah, let him live. You stuck the freaking thing in my throat, asshole. And they booed. What if it was a game? That's incomprehensible. What does that take away? It takes something very powerful away from the ego story. Death. The only reason the ego holds power over us, when we start to doubt the story that it's telling, it goes, oh, okay, you're making a lot of good points. But don't forget, death is inevitable. And then we go, yeah, he's got a point. You do die. Yeah, he's got a point. I guess I'm going to have to buy into the whole freaking story. What if you could see through death and see that that was a hoax? The story is over. It has no power anymore. Because it just doesn't happen. It's a game. It's a game. And so I'm talking to the Creator and I'm going, well, how many times do you come back? How often do you drop us off? What's the whole point of this thing? Well, it's kind of like a soul school. I just send them back there till they have a bigger awareness that it is a game. And then we just trudge the road to happy destiny forever in the eternal now. Anybody ever go back voluntarily? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's guys that like to go back, just like guys that like to rent an old movie. They already know the ending. They just like watching it again. And anytime they want, they can come back. They can go, drop by the arcade and run through the whole drill again. Never know what role I'm going to get, and I'll be down there. And the higher power said, listen, I told you. I gave you instructions. Do you remember what I said? Maintain contact with me, and you'll always see that it's just a game. I told you to be happy, joyous, and free. No matter what you saw out there, disregard it. Just be happy, joyous, and free. And I told you to always insist on enjoying the game. And you just didn't follow those suggestions. And you got overpowered by a magician that painted a picture of this, that it wasn't a game. You sat there like the ball in the pinball machine going, I can't believe we got this thing out there. And he couldn't believe it when the owner held them up and they saw it was a freaking pinball machine. Felt like a fool. Felt like a fool. And so maybe we can just realize that it's just a freaking game. And the object is to realize it's a game. To have the awareness that the main event lies beyond the game. It lies in the ultimate reality, not in all this mishmash that's going on. So I hope we take that home. And in terms of awakening, I had hoped to have a hologram for everybody, but only one came in. And it's Chris's. So Chris, come on up. I'm going to give you a hologram that was prepared and sent to the far corners. And if you just stand right here, this is something that if you look at it long enough and seek hard enough, you will actually see God. You will see your own Creator, and there'll be no doubt in your mind. And this is the only place that you will ever be able to find it. And I'm really honored to give you the first look. You won't be able to see it all now. It'll be kind of like a mirror dimly. But you'll know that this is the way. You ready? Are you getting a glimpse?
Yeah. Glasses. I wasn't expecting that.
What does it say on the back?
Big book, page 56. We found the great reality deep down within us. In the last analysis, it is only there that he may be found.
This is the ultimate hologram. When you look in there and you can see the divinity in you, you've won the game. You can't go beyond that.
Tell them it's a mirror for the table.
Hold the mirror up for Lee. Oh, okay, the mirror. I think the... Thanks, Chris. Thank you. God bless you. Okay. 5 minutes. I just want to say goodbye. And I want to tell you what I was thinking about when I was trying to prepare this. You know, I said, I want to do one that I think of. And this is what occurred to me from the beginning, and it still occurs to me. I said, I want to make a present, a gift, for everybody who comes. Like the old-fashioned Christmas where you make it yourself, you don't buy it. Remember the boys who go out in the carpentry shop and they'd put together a little bookcase or something for their mother, and then the girls would knit stuff or paint something. And then we exchanged presents where we just gave things that we made. So this weekend is a gift. It is a present. But the present didn't come from me. It came through me. So we know who to thank. And it's not me. But I do know this about this present. A regular present works like this. This is not a regular present. This is a spiritual present. A regular present, if it's the perfect present, and you get it, and you open it up, and you go, oh my God, this is beyond my wildest dreams. You don't get a present like that very often because it's rare that anybody could ever find the whatever it is that makes you say that. You're so surprised And you just say, I can't believe it. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Now, a spiritual present doesn't work like that. When you're given a spiritual present, the present opens you. And then you look inside and you open your eyes and you say, oh my God, this is beyond my wildest dreams. I never dreamed I was so wonderful. I never dreamed that the truth about me, when it was revealed, would make me say, this is beyond my wildest dreams. And so I hope that some of you got that present this weekend, which is a full awareness of your own magnificence. And that you live in that part of yourself for as long as you can. And so I'll just say, in wrapping it up, Merry Christmas. And we are officially at the end of the Far Corners weekend. Thank you all very much.